Hello and welcome to Carshill Collegiate League TV. We're sorry we had a little bit of some issues getting the stream started, but we've only missed a couple of pitches. Danny Sperling leads off for the Cavemen as he pops that one down the left field line and out of play for strike one, 2-1. The count, we'll read you through the Cavemen order. Danny Sperling, Colin Turnbow, Seth Halverson, Luke Mann, Zach Floyd, Chase Gibson, Connor Kiffer, Caden Deal, and Tyler Headkamp. Thank you for joining us here on Carshill Collegiate League TV. A little bit of an earlier start today, 11 o'clock a.m. We were having some issues getting our streaming started, but I think we should be fine now. If you're hearing me, that's what you like to hear. Shane Holsey, Will Carnley, two-man show here today. Charlie Bornoff will be out this weekend, so just Will and I hanging out with you here on Carshill Collegiate League TV. We thank you for joining us here on a Friday morning, late Friday morning, as Danny Sperling works a leadoff walk. So Danny Sperling is on base. The Cavemen are facing Jackson Keller on the mound today for the Hoots, making his fourth start of the summer. He worked 4 innings his last time out of 1 run, 4-hit baseball, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. ERA just over 2 in 10 1/3 innings of work so far for Mr. Keller. Colin Turnbow is a second-place hitter playing shortstop. Danny Sperling on first after the leadoff walk. And Turnbow pops that one into foul territory. Matt Dunham at first base puts that one away for out number 1. We'll read you the defensive lineup for the Hoots. In left field is Jamie Young. Evan Martin is in center field. Davey Pound is in right field. Luke Lampros is at third base. Matt Staker at shortstop. Dominic Cusimano at second base. Matt Dunham at first. And Ty Stouse behind the plate catching Jackson Keller. Seth Halverson now into the box with a runner on first base and 1 out after the leadoff walk by Danny Sperling and then a pop-out by Colin Turnbow. Our first pitch to Halverson is upstairs.
Our favorite one, wasn't it?
The old Kiesel, the P3. Just a two-man show. Charlie is out today. He'll be out this weekend. So we're handling the producing and the announcing duties. A two-man show here at Carshill Collegiate Field just for a few days. Charlie will be back next week.
You guys will get your dose of Chuck cheese. You've got it all summer. Charlie Bornoff, a great producer, but we'll be getting after it, just Shane and myself. But should be a good matchup today. Jackson Keller taking the rubber, and he's been an arm that one of those Spartans' arms this summer who's been really impressive, Shane.
You're right, just over 2. As there goes Sperling for second, and Halverson rips that one to deep left. That is going to get out of here. A 2-run homer, Seth Halverson. And he gets the day started with a bang, a 2-run homer to left field to put the Cavemen on top 2-0. How about that start for the Cavemen? A 2-run homer for Halverson here in the first.
That's his second home run in the first inning this year. He gets things started right away, has a really nice swing, and he pulls that baseball right in his wheelhouse. Jackson Keller is one of those pitchers, when we talk about him, he wants to keep the baseball down. He needs to keep the baseball down with that sinker. That one was a little up and right down the middle, and the D1 hitter didn't miss the mistake pitch, and he pulled it into the bleachers.
Here's another Division I hitter from the same school, Luke Mann. We got word Seth Halverson will be pitching tomorrow, and he's going to get his fair share of hitting in before he takes the mound. He cracks a 2-run homer to get things started for the Cavemen off Jackson Keller. He's going to get his fair share of hitting. For Keller, that's the second home run he's surrendered so far this summer. Third home run and the 8th and 9th RBIs for Seth Halverson. So a 2-0 lead here early for the Cavemen. And 2 of the first 3 have reached a leadoff walk by Sperling and then the homer by Halverson. That pitch misses down to Luke Mann, so 3-2. Keller running into a bit of trouble here in the first. Full count offering coming here to the dangerous Luke Mann, and he surrenders his second walk of the inning. So 3 of the first 4 have reached. And the right fielder, Zach Floyd, hitting 5th in the lineup for Will Bradley. Cavemen 5-7-2 coming into play. Hoots right at 500 at 6-6. Seth Floyd out of St. Charles Community College, prominent member of the Cougars in their lineup. Does some pitching as well. Primarily seen him in the lineup playing the outfield for Will Bradley, playing right field here this afternoon. He chops that one foul. So far in the summer for Floyd, 4 for 27. This is his 11th ball game that he's appeared in. Couple of runs driven in, 5 runs scored. And he goes down swinging there for out number 2. First strikeout for Keller.
Catcher number 1, Chase Gibson.
So the second out of the inning is a strikeout swinging of Zach Floyd. And Chase Gibson, the backstop this afternoon, looks at a strike. 0-1. And now an 0-2 count, so Keller looking for back-to-back strikeouts after 3 of the first 4 have reached here in the first. And the big blow, the 2-run homer by Seth Halverson. The 0-2, swing and a miss, back-to-back strikeouts to end the inning. 2-run score in the inning on the 2-run homer by Seth Halverson. We head to the bottom of the first. Hoots coming to bat for the first time. They trail 2-0. Hoots coming to bat here in the bottom of the first. They trail it 2-0 after the homer by Seth Halverson. We'll read you through the starting lineup for the Hoots. It's Evan Martin to lead things off, Dominic Cusimano, Nick Neville, Jamie Young, Luke Lampros, Matt Dunham, Davey Pound, Matt Staker, and Ty Stouse. Facing Chase Stevens, making his 4th appearance as that pitch misses up and away. Evan Martin hitting the leadoff spot. He's become a staple in this leadoff spot for the Hoots. 9 for 26 so far in the summer. This is his 9th ball game. Hitting .346, getting on base almost 40% of the time out of the leadoff spot, playing center field. And he ropes that one into center field. A leadoff base hit for Evan Martin. So Evan Martin is on base, and now the Indiana State Sycamore, Dominic Cusimano. 10th hit of the summer for Evan Martin. He's now 10 for 27. Dominic Cusimano, 4 for 23 on the summer so far for him. 3 free passes, 1 run driven in. He's scored 4 runs, been hit by a couple of pitches. 2 of his hits have gone for extra bases, a double and a triple.
And Martin's mom gets to see him in action, along with the guy on deck. They both came and said hi to us before the game. Nick Neville's mom been messaging us a lot of color information on Neville, which obviously he has a lot of color. He's had a great story.
There goes Martin for second, and Gibson struggles to get it out of the glove, so a stolen base for Evan Martin. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, social responsibility. We'll talk more about Mr. Neville when he gets up to the plate, hitting 3rd in the order. Dominic Cusimano at the plate. And he works a walk, so 2 straight have reached for the Hoots. So Nick Neville will step in, currently at SIU Carbondale. He and Evan Martin, very good friends on and off the field. They're roommates. They'll be roommates this fall at SIU Carbondale. Mr. Neville spent some time at South Carolina, San Jacinto College in California, along with Notre Dame as a freshman. He's been all over the place playing baseball all over the country. Went to high school in Virginia. Currently resides in Atlanta, playing for SIU Carbondale, along with Mr. Evan Martin out at second base. And both of them very good friends, and both their mothers as well, very good friends as well. We saw them at the ballpark. They came in, as Will said, came and said hi to us before the ball game. There go the runners. And another stolen base for Martin. And Cusimano swipes second as well. Those stolen bases brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for youth development, healthy living, social responsibility. So 2 stolen bases in the inning for Martin and a couple of runners in scoring position. Some more about Mr. Neville. He was born in Virginia, in Arlington, Virginia. And when he was 8 weeks old, moved to Guatemala City, and his first language was actually Spanish. And when he was 3, moved to Beijing, China, and that's where he started playing baseball, picked up baseball at a very young age. He's lived in 10 states in the last 10 years. Quite the traveler. His dad still plays baseball in Atlanta. Lived in Arizona for 9 years. Went to high school in Arlington, Virginia. As he pops that one in the shallow left field, Couple of Cavemen converging and a sliding attempt, but it gets past Headcamp. And Cusimano is going to try to score. The throw from left field is not in time. Cusimano gets around the tag. 2-run score on the play, and the ball game is tied at 2. So give Neville a double. Not the prettiest double you're ever going to see. As Headcamp made a sliding attempt, but the ball got past him and a couple of runs scored. So a couple of RBIs for Mr. Neville.
You give him double on that? Or not single in advance on the throw? Or double?
Either one. What are we going with?
I'm not sure. Jeff, did you give that double? Double? Oh, we're going with double.
We're going with a double.
We're going with double.
Says the official scorer.
Amen.
And Jamie Young is hit by the pitch, so 4 straight have reached for the Hoots.
And I just like making sure because, I mean, during the broadcast, we the fans, like, sometimes things are subjective. We had one last night where I was really pulling for an error on a guy working on a no-no, but so, you have those things, but you also have a little action now in the Cavemen bullpen as 4 straight runners have reached against Mr. Stevens.
Jamie Burdish headed out there to get loose for the Cavemen. 4 straight have reached base for the Hoots to start the ball game, and now Luke Lampros with a couple of runners on base.
And usually I'm wrong in those situations like I was yesterday, but I just want to make sure. And nothing better than a devil's advocate.
Always nice to check yourself every now and then.
Charlie Bornoff, he's the main devil's advocate, always trying to stir the pot. Without him here, someone else has got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. Here's a double play ball. 5, 4, 3, and Stevens rolls the double play.
Good
Off
job
the bat
by
of Luke Lampros.
Good job by Stevens to get 2 outs with 1 pitch after allowing the first 4 runners of the ball game. I mean, your starting pitcher all day long. Sometimes that can get to your head. Like, I'm starting, I'm putting pressure on yourself. And when you start off bad, he didn't let it tumble. He's now erased a couple runners off the base pass and just needs 1 more.
So now 2 away in the inning. Tie ball game at 2. Stevens trying to strand the go-ahead run over at third base. Nick Neville's over there. 2 RBI double for Mr. Neville. That's 7 runs batted in now and 5 doubles for Neville out of 7 hits. 6 of his 7 hits have gone for extra bases. 2-0 count to Matt Dunham.
Big-time slugger, right? Those extra base hits.
Very good speed as well. When he puts the ball in the gap, he's got 2. And Dunham cranks that one to right field. Zach Floyd back to the wall and makes the catch. So the Hoots get a couple. They answer the 2 put up by the Cavemen, and each team scores 2 in the first inning. We head to the second. All knotted up at 2. Reminder, this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or you can reach them at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at itcscrap.com. You can find them either place. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Connor Kiffer will lead things off. Bottom of the Caveman order. They scored 2 on the 2-run homer by Halverson in the first. So Kiffer, Deal, and Headcamp facing Jackson Keller. First pitch swing. Kiffer swings right through it for strike 1. Connor Kiffer playing third base here today. 6 for 25 on the summer, hitting .240, slugging .400. Has hit a home run, 5 runs driven in, 3 runs scored. A double, and that home run and 4 singles to account for the 6 hits. Again, thank you for joining us here on still a Friday morning, just before noon, Central Standard Time. A little bit delayed getting on here, having some technical difficulties with our streaming, getting our stream started, but you only missed a couple pitches as we play here in the second inning. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Connor Kiffer. Make that 3-2.
Yeah, just a couple pitches. Nothing to worry about.
If you joined us right from the beginning, you didn't miss anything, as there's a called third strike. 3 straight punch-outs for Jackson Keller.
Yeah, that first at-bat of the game was Sperling, who walked. So he saw the big home run of Halverson in the top of the first, but the Hoots respond with a couple runs in the bottom frame. We're at a tied ball game. Interested to see if Jackson Keller, who's been one of the more impressive arms in this league in terms of limiting runner score off him, how he rebounds from a first inning where he let up the home run.
And if you're Keller, you have to think they didn't string any hits together. It was just the one hit, the home run, and that was it in the first inning. So you have confidence that you can limit base runners, limit base hits. They didn't string any hits together; they just hit a 2-run homer. So that'll give you a little confidence as that's hit in the left field. Jamie Young comes in a couple of steps and makes the catch. So a quick first 2 outs for Jackson Keller here in the second, and now the bottom of the order, the 9-hitter Tyler Headcamp playing left field. Almost made a nice sliding catch out in left field on the Nick Neville fly ball, but couldn't quite come up with it. A couple of runs scored on that play, and that tied the ball game at 2, and that's where we stand here in the top of the second. As Keller fires in a strike. He's bounced back nicely after the home run. He surrendered the walk to the next hitter, but since then 4 straight retired, and Headcamp breaks that streak with a base hit to left field. First hit of the summer for Mr. Headcamp, and it's a solid base hit to left field. And he turns things over to the top in Danny Sperling. A well-struck base hit there for Headcamp. Sperling walked and scored on the Halverson home run back in the first.
He's been getting on base a lot this summer.
And very solid out of the leadoff spot, getting on base almost 50% of the time. Very patient eye at the plate. That was his 7th walk in his 40th plate appearance. 10 hits as well, and an even 30 at-bats. Just 1 extra base hit, but he's not going to hit for a lot of power. He's going to get on base and let the guys behind him drive him in. That's what he's been doing all summer. The 0-2. Chopped to the left side, and a fair ball just inside the third base bag. Headcamp is going to try for third. Sperling is going to head into second base. The throw from Young is not in time. And a 2-out double for Danny Sperling, his 2nd double of the summer. Headcamp over to third, and a little 2-out rally here for the Cavemen. 2 straight have reached. Get that 9-hitter with a base hit with 2 outs. You never know what can start. Hits breed hits. Back-to-back base hits for the Cavemen. The double here by Sperling, and Colin Turnbow fouls the first pitch away. Second time Sperling has been on base. 2nd double. of the season as Turnbow looks at strike 2. And that 0-2 blocked nicely by Ty Stouse behind the plate. We've been very impressed with Mr. Ty Stouse behind the plate. Very athletic catcher. Very quick feet, gets down and blocks those breaking balls with great efficiency. 1-2 coming to Turnbow, and it's inside.
On 0-2, went to the breaking ball low, and then came with the fastball inside. Good job by Turnbow.
Keller trying to put him away here with 2 outs, and he will. A called third strike. Make that 4 strikeouts for Keller in the first couple of innings, and he strands a couple of 2-out base runners. We head to the bottom of the second. All knotted up at 2 here on Car Show Collegiate League TV. We want to take this moment to thank our sponsor, Code Ninjas O'Fallon. They're located on the Deerberg Shopping Center, Deer Creek Crossing, 2955 Highway K, and O'Fallon's where you can find them. Right at the intersection of Highways K and N. At Code Ninjas, kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of sensei instructors. They'll start at white belt, go all the way to black belt. So come in today for a free 30-minute session. Try it out. You can head to codeninjas.com/mo-O'Fallon. Or you can call 636-851-9634. Again, that's codeninjas.com/mo-O'Fallon or 636-851-9634. Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Come today for a free 30-minute session, and try it out. Code Ninjas O'Fallon at the intersection of Highways K and N, 2955 Highway K. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Davey Pound will lead things off against the new hurler for the Cavemen, Ryan Foley. We'll take them out here in the second inning after Chase Stevens worked 1 inning. And Davey Pound leads things off. Pound, Staker, and Stouse, 7, 8, 9 for the Hoots. Both teams put up 2 in the first inning. Scoreless top of the first for Jackson Keller. And now Davey Pound fouls that one away. No balls and 2 strikes to the Harris Stowe Hornet, Davey Pound.
He was one of their best players, Shane.
387 hitter. Tops on the ball club. And he faces Ryan Foley here in an 0-2 count. The 0-2 coming from the right-hander, down low.
Foley has good strikeout stuff, but he gets his stuff a lot of the times with his off speed. He favors that off speed pitch, but he has had 10 strikeouts on the summer.
10 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 14 1/3 innings. ERA just under 3. He made a start back on July 12th against these Hoots. Worked 4 innings, 2 earned, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 4 hits. ERA at 2.93 coming into play as Davey Pound pops that one up in the shallow center. Colin Turnbow calls everybody off and puts it away just on the right side of second base. So 1 away here in the second. And that brings in the shortstop today, Matt Staker.
Another Webster U guy, Shane.
Mm-hmm.
Seen a lot of talented Webster U guys in this league. We got the Webster U sports information director coming in here sometimes to help score some of these games.
And Staker rips that one up the middle in a dive, but it's off the glove of Luke Mann and on into center field. Take around the horn for the Cavemen. Haven't done that just yet. Tyler Headcamp is in left field. Danny Sperling in center. Zach Floyd in right. Connor Kiffer at third. Colin Turnbow at short. Luke Mann at second. Seth Halverson at first. And Chase Gibson behind the plate. Now catching Ryan Foley. So a base hit for Matt Staker, and he's on first base with 1 away. And the left-handed hitting catcher, Ty Stouse. For Staker, the second hit on the summer for him. Both have been singles. So he's on first base for Ty Stouse. His 1 hit of the summer, a double. Catching and hitting ninth for Joe Lincoln's 6-6 Hoots. Trying to get back over 500. And there's a strike to Stouse, 2-1. So Matt Staker on first base after a well-struck base hit. The Hoots coming off a 6-1 loss at the hands of the Falcons. As that's ripped out to second base. Mann smothers it, flips to second on to first, not in time. So nice play there by Mann just to get the lead runner. Stouse runs exceptionally well for a catcher. Very good athlete. And he beats the throw from Turnbow. So he's on first base now with 2 away. And back to the top of the order, Evan Martin.
That was hit so hard you thought it for sure would have been a double play, but like you mentioned, Stouse doing a good job getting down the line and extending the inning. Now with 2 away.
And that pitch gets away from Chase Gibson, so Stouse advances into scoring position now with 2 away. So Evan Martin trying to come through here with 2 away. Delivered a base hit, stole a couple of bags, and scored his first time up. Scored on the 2 RBI double by his roommate, Nick Neville. And a slow breaking ball in there from Ryan Foley. Foley looking to work a scoreless second. You wonder how long Will Bradley will stretch out Foley, with Stevens just going 1 inning. We know they got Seth Halverson going tomorrow. He's playing first base. So won't see him today as Martin chops it over to Mr. Halverson, and he steps on the bag for the 3rd out. So a scoreless second for Ryan Foley. We send things over to Will Connolly. He'll take you through the middle innings here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. 2-2 your score.
Just a reminder, Interco Recycling brings you all these innings. Thanks so much to Interco Recycling. They've been doing it since 1996. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since then. And they have a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601, or itcscrap.com to learn more. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. You got Seth Halverson, who hit a home run last time. 2 runs scored on that big fly to left field. Luke Mann and Zach Floyd due up against Jackson Keller for his 3rd inning of work. Halverson getting on the board. Another home run, and the second time he's hit it in the 1st inning. Has a big arm. We'll see him on the mound tomorrow for Will Bradley. But also a nice bat. Right in the middle of the order. Hitting 3rd as he takes that pitch low from Jackson Keller. Keller, the Missouri Baptist Spartan. He transferred to MoBap by way of St. Louis Community College. And the 6-foot right-hander gets that one on the black for strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 3rd late base hitter, Seth Halverson. We got the lineup initially this morning. We thought he was the DH. Then they said center. And we got the change before the game that he's playing first base. But he gets rung up there, and he'll go back to the dugout with a strikeout. Makes sense, though, as pitching tomorrow, you want to limit maybe some hard throws that you have in center field. So you're thinking, okay, maybe the designated hitter made the most sense. Then when they put him to center, then they move him to first where you don't make too many throws.
And typically we've seen when Halverson pitches, he also hits as well. So likely we'll see him maybe serve as a designated hitter tomorrow, playing first base today. But we've seen them hit when he pitches as well, so likely we'll see him in that DH spot as well tomorrow.
Yeah, the two-way players you've seen, and you can't think of two ways without thinking of Mr. Ohtani on the Angels. And with him, they scheduled out how he's going to pitch every Sunday this year. So he'll kind of be on a weekly regimen, which is more structured for a guy who's one of the most premier talents in the entire world. They're going to look at him every week he pitches, and he's not going to hit the day before or the day after he throws. And it works out for the Angels well because they have 3 off days on Mondays, and he's scheduled to pitch every Sunday this season as that ball's popped up by Mann. He's retired. That pop-up went to shallow left field.
And they're really just trying to get the most out of him that they can while still managing his workload a little bit. You don't want him to necessarily pitch every 5 days because he's hitting as well, so that's extra energy burnt that he might not be as effective on the mound, and they'll give him a chance to hit in the middle of the week and then give him a day off before and after he pitches to give him some rest. And then he of course, won't play the field. He'll just be the designated hitter when he's hitting. But that still exerts some energy that he could use on the mound, so they don't want to pitch him necessarily every 5 days.
I mean, he's a big-time arm. Obviously can throw 100, but, I mean, he's a guy who you could see, what, he have almost 20 home runs last year. I mean, he's dealt with some injuries, but he's a big-time bat.
And that's another reason why they don't want to necessarily pitch him quite as much, because he's dealt with those injury issues and with hitting as well. We saw him hit last year after he had Tommy John surgery, 2018 offseason. But he's going to be a big part of that Angels lineup and their rotation for hopefully for them years to come, and hopefully we want to see him play as much as possible.
Yeah, we get a CarShield Collegiate League broadcast, but we'll bring you some Major League Baseball updates as well. And we can make some connections to the major leagues with coaches in this league, like Will Bradley, who's in the Los Angeles Angels organization as a minor league hitting coach. How about that for a little connection? A swing and a miss there.
Nice little segue.
Zach Floyd, the right fielder, he struck out swinging against Keller last time. The right-hander Keller delivers the pitch. That ball skied up, Stouse coming back, but it's going to be no, he catches it right at the screen. It tails back in, and Stouse makes a nice play, pops up and catches it right by the netting for the third out. Bottom of the third we go. 2-2 is your score. Dominic Cusimano, Nick Neville, and Jamie Young due up. Dominic Cusimano walked and came around to score in the bottom of the first inning, where the Hoots plated a couple runs. 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the third. And the second baseman, Dominic Cusimano, comes to the plate. The Indiana State University infielder plays a little outfield as well for the Sycamores. That pitch missed up and away for Foley, working in his second inning. Bradley gave the nod to Chase Stevens, who went one inning. Faced 6 batters, 10 balls, 7 strikes, 2 runs, 2 earned, and 2 hits allowed. Foley behind 2-0 in the count to Dominic Cusimano. The redshirt freshman at Indiana State. The Sycamores were working on an 8-6 season in 2020. As that breaking ball gets in there for a strike, a slow bender that Foley has.
And he likes to use it as well, not only in 2 strike counts, but to get himself back into accounting and drop it in for a strike just about any time he wants.
That one he went to the breaking ball, but tried to fool Cusimano. He was hoping for a swing, but it missed low. 3-1. Cusimano, a Westminster Christian Academy graduate, will get on base for the second time today. Here to start off the bottom of the third inning with the bases on balls. The second time he's drawn the free pass that brings up Nick Neville, who had a couple ribbies back in the first. Here in the 3-hole, the designated hitter comes up with a runner on base and nobody out.
And they separated Mr. Martin and Neville just by 1 spot, but Neville still found a way to drive him in with that double. Martin reached base via the base hit, and then Neville drove both he and Cusimano in with a double.
They're playing Neville to pull. So you have the shortstop Turnbow right behind second base. You always are interested in how that affects a hitter with a runner on first base when you think about what it can do to the double play. And you'd likely potentially even see Turnbow a little shaded even more to the right side without that runner on first base. But you have Kiffer on the left, the only one on the left side of the infield. Turnbow right behind the bag at second. This ball is smoked to center field. It doesn't matter about the shift. He beats it with a ground rule double. Runners on second and third now with a smoke ball to center field and a ground rule double.
Man, how Nick Neville and the doubles machine make that 7 doubles out of his 9 hits.
What's the best way to beat the shift?
Hit it over it.
Okay, that's what he does there. Runners on second and third. Jamie Young to the plate.
Oh, will forever be the best way to beat the shift.
Yeah, you wonder, though, sometimes when you got 3 guys on the right side of the infield, when guys can't just take the free hit. So, but
because
no,
they know they can do that.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, it's interesting because the way that the pitcher pitches you, I mean, they were still throwing Neville inside. And if he's going to get a ball right in his wheelhouse, he can do that. I mean, a left-handed hitter right down and in like that, they'll punish baseballs. Nick Neville, very good hitter. You know, he's played at 3 different powerful Division I schools and one of the best JUCOs in the country as well. He's been all over, but he has a ton of talent, speed, and pop. That sac fly. Is it deep enough to bring in Cusimano? Neville will advance to third base, and a run comes across for the Hoots.
And how about Neville heads up base running there? Once he saw the center fielder Sperling go back, he knew he had the speed to get to third base. And if you can get up to third base with less than 2 away, now all Lampros has to do is do the same thing, and another run's going to score. And Neville knows how fast he is. He can see the play happening in front of him, and he sees Sperling go back, and he knows he has the speed to get over to third. And now all Lampros has to do is get a ball in the air.
The infield comes in for Will Bradley. A 3-2. Hoots lead, just taking it after the go-ahead run batted in on the sacrifice fly by Jamie Young. So infield in. Time to do a job for Luke Lampros. Matt Dunham on deck. 1 away, runner on third base. 3-2 ball game. Breaking ball low. Foley throwing a lot of breaking balls low, but Gibson doing a good job. You still have to be confident in that breaking ball. Even with a runner on third base that is fast, you know that if it gets behind the catcher, it's a run. Here in a 1-run ball game, very important. Here in the bottom of the third. 1 out. Can Foley strand the runner at third? He needs to get a couple outs. A swing and a miss right there from Lampros, who's trying to do a job. Get the runner in any way you can. A fly ball to the outfield will do it. Two balls and a strike on Lampros. The pitch. Taken for ball 3. Lampros hit into a 5-4-3 double play against Chase Stevens in the first inning, and that helped out Stevens as the first 4 runners of the ball game reached against him. Now comes up in a spot with a runner on third base. Just 1 out, a swing and a miss. The count's now full against Lampros.
On 3-1, you can afford to take a swing like that. Now on 3-2, you just have to either find a way to get a ball through the infield with the infield in or get a ball in the air. Foley going to work down in the zone, try to make Lampros beat one into the ground.
Swing and a miss. Foley gets the needed strikeout with a runner on third base. 2 away.
Or he can just strike him out. That's the easiest way. Take the defense out of it, do it yourself with the strikeout, and now if you get Matt Dunham, you can strand a runner on.
They shift Dunham. 3 on the right side of the infielder. Takes that one for a strike. Disagrees with the call. We do up here as well. Looked a little out of the zone, or at least I do, Shane.
Looked a little bit low, but nothing too egregious.
So 3 infielders on the right side of the infield, playing Dunham to shift, throw the breaking ball.
And with a guy that doesn't throw as hard as Foley does, it's not the hardest throw you're going to see, so the ball's going to drop a little bit more than it would, say, on like a 92, 93 mile an hour fastball. It's more of a straight fastball. Foley's fastball drops a little bit, and it's a little slower, so it's going to loop a little more. And so you're going to get some calls on the lower part of the zone. Again, it's where it crosses the plate, not where the catcher catches it.
And same with his curveball as well. He gets a lot of that movement. So 2 outs. Runner on third base is Neville, who smoked a double. He's 2 for 2 today. Had a couple RBIs in the first. He's trying to come home of Dunham. The breaking ball missed away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. Hoots have a 3-2 lead, working against Foley, the right-hander. Davey Pound is on deck as they're playing Dunham to pull the baseball, the left-handed hitting first baseman. A 3-2 Hoots lead. The pitch is fouled away to the left side. Matt Dunham was at Jeffco. A SLU committed to play for the Billikens, the D1 school right here in St. Louis in the Atlantic 10 Conference. That pitch is inside. It almost got Dunham. He barely got out of the way. Now full count. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on third base in a 3-2 ball game in the bottom of the third inning. Matt Dunham trying to come through with 2 outs. Foley trying to strand the runner at third base. The pitch. Dunham stays alive. He's fouled off 3 pitches in this at-bat.
He stayed on that pitch on the outside corner, didn't get too far out on his front foot, kept his hands back just long enough to get a piece of it and live to fight another day. That's all you got to do with 2 strikes is get yourself another pitch.
The full count pitch awaits from Foley. The pitch. Inside, Dunham gets rung up. He thought it was ball 4. Foley gets a couple strikeouts and strands the runner at third base. We go to the 4th on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Chase Gibson, Connor Kiffer, Caden Deal start the top of the fourth inning. Jackson Keller back out for another inning of work. He's now working with the lead, a 3-2 ball game after a run comes across last half. So Jackson Keller had a 1-2-3 fourth. What can he do here? A 1-2-3 third. What can he do here in the fourth? He's retired 4 in a row. Let up the home run in the first, but has worked a couple clean innings since.
And since that home run, he's been rock solid. Didn't let that early home run get to him. He knows it's just the first inning. He's an experienced pitcher. He's given up a couple home runs this summer, so he knows it's going to happen. It's all about how you respond to it, and he's responded nicely and kept the Cavemen was a lead. And then the Hoots got him a couple runs. Now they get another, and now he's got a lead. All of a sudden, after you give up that home run, you have a 2-run deficit. All you have to do is just keep pitching. Your offense is going to score some runs. You have to score to win anyway. So you just let your offense do the work and just go out and do your job, and that's what Keller's done these last couple of innings.
Indeed, as Keller gets a strike called right there. The delivery is grounded to the left side. As Chase Gibson, the right-handed hitting catcher, struck out swinging in the first inning. And he reaches on the bases on balls here to start off the top of the fourth inning. The William Woods sophomore now on first base. He started 30 games in 2019 for William Woods. With the bases on balls, he leads off the inning, drawing the walk, worked a full count, and Keller ultimately lost the batter. That brings up Connor Kiffer. Takes the first pitch for a strike against Keller. Here in the top of the fourth inning, a 3-2 ball game. Keller looking for a double play. He struck out Kiffer swinging in the second inning. Breaking ball missed upstairs.
That's the second time Keller surrendered a leadoff walk, and the last one came around to score. We talk about it so much, more times than not. A leadoff walk comes around to score. Let's see if Keller, now with a lead, can work around it.
Pitched low there to Connor Kiffer, the Maple Valley, Washington native. Plays at SIUE. A big part of their lineup, a swing and a miss right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count. Jackson Keller working against Connor Kiffer, trying to work around a leadoff walk here in the top of the fourth. Kiffer started all 15 games at second base. A swing and a miss right there, and he's retired on strikes for the second time against Jackson Keller.
And now Keller just one pitch away from getting out of this inning. That's how you have to come back after a leadoff walk. You got to erase it from your memory, go and get the next guy, whether you try to get a strikeout or ground out. You're just trying to get an out any way you can to make your job a little easier.
Now the Northwest Missouri State redshirt freshman this past spring comes into the box. He takes the first offering from Keller for a strike. 0-1 the count with 1 on and 1 away. Here in a 3-2 ball game. Middle infield at double play depth. As Deal fouls that one back, 0-2 the count. Jackson Keller, he's been good at getting the ground ball this summer, coming inside on guys' hands. He features a sinker and a 2-seam fastball that moves a lot down in the zone. The 0-2 pitch. He goes with the breaking ball. He says Deal went around, and Keller with back-to-back Ks here in the top of the fourth after the leadoff walk.
And next to a double play, that's the best way you can respond after a leadoff walk. Get the next 2 guys, and now you're just 1 out away. And he's shown a lot of confidence in that breaking ball as well, being able to spike it. He knows Stouse is going to block it in the dirt.
Stouse, a tremendous defensive catcher. First offering misses to Headcamp, who singled last time. 1-0 the count.
And when you have a catcher back there who you know is going to block those pitches, you have that much more confidence that you can. That pitch wasn't supposed to be in the dirt, but Stouse went down and blocked it anyway. But when you have a catcher behind the plate who you know is going to block those balls in the dirt for you, that gives you that much more confidence that you can go outside the zone with the breaking ball with 2 strikes. And you know your catcher back there is going to block it, so the pitch doesn't get away. You don't give up a free base runner.
Tyler Headcamp, the 9th place hitter in the order, the right-handed hitting left fielder, takes a pitch low. Strauss, just in this plate appearance, he's blocked 3 balls. Going down and doing a nice job. His defense has really been impressive. And has a lot of pop as a hitter. The rising freshman still raw at the plate, it feels like, but this guy has a ton of potential, taking his talents to the Division I level, joining his brother Wade Strauss at SEMO as Headcamp reaches with the walk. So the center fielder, Danny Sperling, coming into the game, who's reached base over 50% of the time, has reached base a couple times today, Shane. A walk and then a double in the second. As Joe Lincoln talks with Jackson Keller, and Sperling comes to the plate. He had a over 50% on-base percentage at McHenry County College, so it's no surprise that he gets on base all the time. In 2019 with a .375 batting average. And this season had a .350 average, albeit just 7 games in his sophomore campaign. 36 hits in 32 games. His first season at McHenry County College, as mentioned, getting on base over 50% of the time. Same clip he's doing this summer. He comes up with runners on first and second against Jackson Keller in the top of the 4th inning. First pitch misses.
And if you're a 2-3-4 hitter and you have a leadoff hitter that's getting on base at the clip Danny Sperling does, it makes you that much more excited to go up to the plate because you know you're probably going to get a chance at an RBI.
And a little collision there, but Dunham steps on first, and we send it to the bottom of the 4th. 3-2's your score after the ground out to Dunham. Welcome back, bottom of the 4th. Shane Holsey, we got the report. Our energy's not too high today, so our energy is going to be through the roof apparently this inning. Are you ready to bring it?
Ready to run through a wall.
No caffeine.
Let's get it.
All transparency.
All
this
natural.
is just going to be
natural.
all the endorphins and just raw emotion from the game of baseball. We love the game of baseball, so we got the report from some of the top executives, so we obviously want to cater to their needs, and of course the fans who want to be entertained and informed about what's going on the diamond. What's going on here is the Hoots are coming to bat here in the bottom of the fourth. They have a 3-2 lead. Davey Pound, Matt Staker, Ty Stouse due up against the right-hander Foley in his third inning of relief after Stevens went one inning. A 3-2 ball game. And Davey Pound to the plate. He popped up to shallow left field last time at the dish, and the first pitch is missed for ball one.
But if he's already set to come, he can come. I don't care. But I may need to do Thursday night instead of Friday. I'm going to help my daughter move, and the move date changed.
A swing right there. It looked like Pound got fooled a little bit as that ball kept floating up in the strike zone, came up and in on him. He fouled it back. 1-1 the count.
And those pitches, when they're high in the zone, those look like saucers. You want to swing as hard as you can at them, but sometimes they're a little too high to do anything with.
Oh,
that was the case there.
Oh, yeah. You're licking the chops to let it eat on that one when it floats up, one of those ephus balls. But now he cracks the bat. Goes to the shortstop. Turnbow going to need to get rid of it quickly. He does, and he's out at first base. The 6-3 ground out. Nice play by Turnbow to come up on it and make the throw across the diamond.
And on those plays when the bat is broken, sometimes it's hard to read off the bat because you got flying debris and you got to worry about the baseball and maybe trying to dodge some shrapnel. And it can have some weird spin off it as well. Maybe it can be spinning like a top. So Turnbow, just a nice play to gather it in, and he had to hurry. And Halverson, a nice stretch at first base.
And the California native gets belted on the first pitch. The Webster University Gorlock, who started 12 games for the Gorlocks this spring, 50 games as a sophomore. First team all-conference standout, hitting .329. I don't want to pitch to him, I guess. Hits by pitch on the first offering.
And save you a few pitches.
It does save you a few pitches, and it doesn't go against your free pass. So runner on first. First pitch inside to Ty Stouse. As the right-hander pitched at John Wood Community College, Foley trying to work around a hit by pitch with one out. Started off the inning getting a ground out to Davey Pound, the right fielder. Matt Staker got hit by the pitch, and now to round out the order, the ninth place hitter Ty Stouse working against Foley in a 2-0 count. Stouse 5'11", 190. The younger brother of one of the most feared hitters in this league, Wade Stouse. He chops this one to the right side. Mann throws it over to Halverson at first base, 2 away.
And Mann really no shot to get the runner at second base. Just get it out any way you can. Don't risk trying to get the lead runner. If you don't think 100% that you can get him, just get it out. There's that decision becomes a little easier when there's one out already, so you're already getting 2 outs anyway.
This inning getting 2 outs pretty quickly. Shane, get your chance to get your energy out this inning. As we go to the top of the lineup, Evan Martin, the center fielder, with a runner in scoring position. The Hoots already up by 1, trying to extend that. He lifts this ball to center. Sperling coming under it, but it drops an RBI for Martin. And now the Hoots extend their lead. They're on top 4-2 here in the bottom of the fourth.
Not the prettiest RBI base hit you're ever going to see, but it goes down as a line drive and an RBI in the scorebook. Base hit for Martin. That's the second time he's been on base. See if he's aggressive on the base pass. He stole a couple of bags back in the first. Very good speed with 2 away. See if the Hoots want to keep the foot on the gas pedal here in the fourth.
Nice 2-out RBI. Martin, second time he's singled today. Mentioned he had a couple stolen bases and then came around to score. On a Nick Neville knock, this ball is toward right field. Floyd coming under it, and another bloop hit. And Martin's going to go from first to third, but it looks like Cusimano's going to get caught in between the base pass. A rundown, and he's safe diving into second. And coming home to score is Martin. So the rundown in non-execution to get the runner who looked like he was caught stranded in between the base pass. The Hoots now have a runner on second, and another run comes across.
And that's just not very good execution on the rundown. Nobody was covering second base as the second baseman was going out to catch that, Luke Mann. He kind of got caught in no man's land, and the shortstop, Turnbow, was running the man back to first base, so second base was vacated.
It looks like that's going to be a costly mistake right there. Almost Cusimano seemed like he was giving them a free out. It looked like he was caught in between the base pass on his roundabout when you make the single, as he saw Martin taking an extra bag, but back-to-back bloopers now give the Hoots to extend the inning. A couple bloop singles and a couple runs batted in. This ball is flied out to left. Headcamp's under it for the third out. Hoots add a couple to their lead. They're on top 5-2. We send it to the fifth on Card Show Collegiate League TV. Colin Turnbow, Seth Halverson, Luke Mann. Just a reminder, Interco Recycling brings you this setting. You can call 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web, itcscrap.com, and you should, because they got a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you got large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can just give them a call, go to their website. They will hook you up. They've been doing it since 1996. Interco Recycling, an electronics recycler since 1996. Keller back out for his fifth inning of work, working against Colin Turnbow, the Maryville infielder. Jackson Keller getting some extension out of him. The right-hander's well rested. We had a couple of rainouts, and the arm's fresh to go deep into the ballgame for Joe Lincoln working here in the fifth. He's thrown 4 innings in 3 consecutive scoreless innings. We're now in a 3-0 count. Pitch missed low and a 4-pitch walk to lead off the top of the fifth.
Well, he worked around the leadoff walk last inning, not so much in the first inning. Can he do it again this time? He really came back strong after that leadoff walk, couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Didn't let it get to him. Let's move on to the next hitter. A little bit of a tougher situation here against the middle of the order with Seth Halverson.
So after the leadoff walk, Turnbow at first and Halverson, who hit the home run in the first, comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch for a strike. Halverson to be on the mound tomorrow, we believe. Hit a 2-run home run in the first inning to give the Cavemen a 2-0 lead, but 5 unanswered for the Hoots, and they're on top 5-2. We'll see if the Cavemen can't get anything going after the leadoff walk from the starting pitcher, Jackson Keller, working into the fifth. He's working with a 3-run cushion, a 1-1 count to the Mizzou Tigers, Seth Halverson. Breaking ball missed high, 2 balls and a strike. Nobody out. Keller looking for that ground ball. He features that sinker that runs arm side. Working with Ty Stouse against Halverson. Pitch missed low, 3 balls and a strike. Trying to be careful against the guy who belted the home run to the bleachers in the first inning.
Don't want to be too careful, though, because if you make a mistake, he can make you pay. He already did.
Or if you're too careful, you come up with Luke Mann and a couple guys on base. A swing and a miss right there by Halverson, full count.
That's exactly what we had to do there. Start that fastball just over the plate on the inside corner. Let it run its course over the inside part of the plate. It looks good coming out of his hand, but it's going to run more. So see if he goes right back to that spot on the inside corner.
Keller takes a look over at Turnbow. Gets back safely in time. A 5-2 Hoots lead. Hoots playing here in the morning game. They moved their game up last night. It would have been a very quick turnaround playing the nightcap and then the early one this morning. So they played the first of the doubleheader. The only time we've seen that and probably will see that this season. The Hoots usually the nightcap. The O'Fallon Hoots here in the Carcio Collegiate League. Head coach Joe Lincoln trying to get 5 innings of work out of his starting pitcher, Jackson Keller, but back-to-back walks complicates things as there is a little action in the bullpen. And now Lincoln's going to go talk to his starting pitcher, Jackson Keller. The Missouri Baptist arm's been impressive this summer. We'll see if he makes the call to the pen. And it looks like he is, so after a couple walks to start the 5th, Keller's night is through. And he makes the call to the bullpen. We'll tell you all about it when we come back next on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Brady Walker comes to the mound in relief of Jackson Keller, who walked the first 2 hitters here in the top of the 5th. He comes out, now runners on first and second for the relief pitcher, Brady Walker. The University of Central Arkansas Southpaw has thrown 9 2/3 innings this summer, 10 strikeouts, 1 walk, and no runs allowed. Tall task facing the best hitter in the league with a couple runners on base. A swing and a miss right there. The left-hander is ahead on man.
How good is this matchup as you go into the late innings, 1-run ball game? Guy who hasn't given up a run all summer. Best hitter in the league. This is a treat right here.
The pitch is drilled to the right side and foul as he yanked that ball out of play. So runners on first and second. Jackson Keller worked 4+ innings into the 5th. He walked the first 2 hitters he faced, and it brings up Brady Walker out of the bullpen. He's been lights out of the bullpen so far this summer. 10 Ks, no runs, and 9+, and just 1 walk. A tall task here against Luke Mann. The pitch. Missed upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes against Mann. Mann walked in the first, popped out in the 3rd. Coming up with a couple runners on base. The cleanup hitter trying to do the job for Will Bradley. Chip away, make a comeback here. Brady Walker's first hitter he faces, Mann, now a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 runners on base. Walker trying to hang on. 3-run lead as we get to the latter stages of this ball game. Just 7-inning ball game, so it gets late a little quicker than usual in baseball. And it's a walk now. 3 straight walks to start off the inning for the Hoots pitchers. 2 by Jackson Keller, the starter, who was removed. And now Walker's first batter he faces, Luke Mann, reaches on the free pass. Bases juice now for Zach Floyd.
And if you're Joe Lincoln, this is exactly the spot you want to use one of your best arms out of the bullpen. High-stress situation. It's not the last inning. He's not closing out the game, but the game can turn here as we head into the late innings if the Cavemen can come through here or if the Hoots can hold them at bay.
So bases loaded, nobody out. 1-0 count. The ball is skied into the air. Shallow right field. Cusimano coming under it, and he catches it. Backpedaling a couple steps to corral the out. 1 away, bases still loaded. Chase Gibson to the plate.
And the key phrase there, 1 out. Another one, bases still loaded. So you didn't allow him to reach base. You just get 1 batter at a time. Now if you can get a ground ball, you're out of this inning.
Here in the top of the 5th, a 3-run lead for the Hoots. Brady Walker coming out of the bullpen, trying to get out of a bases-loaded jam with 1 away. Hoots and the Cavemen, but the Cavemen threatening. That ball is fouled back. Three straight walks to start the inning for Hoots pitchers. Walker comes in to face Luke Mann, his first hitter out of the bullpen. He reaches on the free pass. That brings up now Chase Gibson after Walker got the pop out to Zach Floyd. This is popped to the right side and out of play. So an 0-2 count. Things getting interesting in these late innings. The tying run on first base in Luke Mann. The left-hander comes set and delivers the pitch. It's pulled foul.
Let's see how Gibson fights here with 2 away. If he doesn't get a good pitch, Walker's not going to give in to him. Obviously, he's going to be working carefully. But Gibson can't be too patient, can't go down looking, got to fight off any pitch you can.
A swing and a miss by Gibson. He's retired. 2 outs. Walker here with the bases loaded and nobody out. He gets a pop out and a strikeout, 2 away. And he's 1 out away from working out of this jam.
And it's amazing the freedom you have as a pitcher. When you get ahead in the count, when you get ahead 0-2, you can nibble a little bit. You can go out of the zone. That's exactly what Walker was doing. He wasn't throwing anything really over the plate, but Gibson had to fight off some close pitches. If you can get it anywhere near the strike zone, the hitter has to protect.
1-0 the count. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 5th. 1-1 count. Connor Kiffer at the plate. Trying to come through with 2 outs after 2 prior hitters couldn't. Bases loaded, nobody out, but 2 straight retired for the relief pitcher, Brady Walker. That ball's hit up the middle. It gets through. 1 run's going to score. And they're going to send Halverson home. The throw home not in time. Halverson dives in home as a couple runs come across for the Cavemen. And a 2-out knock, a 2-out single for Connor Kiffer, and 2 runs come across as the Cavemen starting to make a comeback. Both those runs charged to Jackson Keller.
Walker was just 1 pitch away, so close. A couple of very good at-bats, pitching-wise for Mr. Walker, getting the pop-out and the strikeout. Got the ground ball, just hit a little bit too hard up the middle. And those leadoff walks, they come back to bite you. It makes it that much harder on a reliever when you walk a couple of guys. He has to come in a tough situation. He's got to make 3 pitches to get out of it instead of just 1 or 2.
Hoots still on top, tying run at second base, Luke Mann. Runner at first, Connor Kiffer, who comes through clutch for the Cavemen in the top of the 5th. Brady Walker 1 pitch away from getting out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. He got 2 outs, but then Kiffer with a 2-out, 2-run single to bring the Cavemen within a run. Caden Deal strikes out on 3 pitches, so Hoots still on top, 5-4. Streams getting a little tighter on this ballgame as we send it to the bottom of the 5th on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Ben Brywich a call to the bullpen for Will Bradley. So Stevens, Foley, and now Brywich. Ben Brywich, the left-hander. A couple of lefties out of the pen for Will Bradley today against the Hoots. Jamie Young, Luke Lampros, and Matt Dunham. Due up for the Hoots, looking for some insurance as we get towards the latter stages of this ball game. Just a 1-run lead now after the Cavemen score a couple runs, but it could have been worse, Shane. 3 straight walks to start off the inning. A bases loaded, nobody out jam, but a pop out, a strikeout. But Connor Kiffer comes up and executes with a 2-out, 2 RBI single to bring the Cavemen within 1 run of the Hoots. A 5-4 ball game, bottom of the 5th. Ben Prywich on the mound trying to keep things there. 0-2 count. Tries to go up and away against Jamie Young, who got hit by the pitch in the first. He had an RBI sacrifice fly in the third. And that's what gave the Hoots the lead initially in the third inning, as things were tied at 2 for the first couple innings, but Young a swing and a miss on the breaking ball from Prywich, the first out. So 1 away, that brings up Luke Lampros. He's 0 for 2. He grounded into a double play in the first and struck out swinging in the third. Lampros from Chesterfield, Missouri. Stands at about 6 foot. Plays infield for Harris Stowe. This ball's popped up. Met one of the many Hornets in this league. First pitch fouled back here in the bottom of the 5th with 1 out. Prywich comes in and strikes out the first hitter he faces. Now working on Lampros. A 0-1 count with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. A swing and a miss right there from Lampros. Matt Dunham is next. 1 out, 0-2 count. Prywich, the relief pitcher, into the game. The third arm that Will Bradley has used today. Working here, trying to keep things where they are as the Cavemen made a comeback, made a dent into the deficit last inning by notching a couple runs across the plate. They just trail by 1 now.
That was huge for Kiffer to come through with that base hit. Looked like the Cavemen were going to let that inning get away from him, but the first 2 guys in front of you get out. We talk about it, picking up your teammates. The first 2 guys ahead of me didn't get the job done. Let me go get the job done.
It's really what baseball's all about. Picking your teammates up. You're not going to have it every day, especially through a long season. No matter if it even is 30 games spread out through a month and a half, you're not going to have your best stuff every day. You have late nights, quick turnarounds. Some guys don't bounce back as well as others, but to pick up his team like that, give his team a big-time shot, kudos to Connor Kiffer with 2 outs.
And with 2 outs, those runs are even bigger. The more, when you get 2-out runs, you almost get an extra run, it seems like, in terms of momentum when you get 2-out runs versus scoring runs with no outs or 1 out.
So Prywich with a couple strikeouts. Now facing Dunham. They put the shift on Dunham. Expect him to pull the baseball. He does to right field right here, and it looks like he has extra bases. He rounds first, and he motors into second base. It's going to be a close play, but he dives in and is safe with a double, a 2-out double for Matt Dunham.
Said he was going to pull the ball, and there he did down the right field line. Floyd played that nicely off the wall, made a strong throw into second base.
Yeah, made the play much closer than I thought it was going to be, but best way to beat the shift once again. You hit around it. And he drills that ball to right field for a 2-out double for the Hoots. Can they make some noise, some more noise here? As they lead by a run, they want some insurance. That brings up Davey Pound to the plate with 2 outs and Dunham at second base in scoring position. So Prywich strikes out the first 2 hitter he sees and then gives up a 2-out double to Matt Dunham.
And see if that hit gets Dunham going. That's his first extra base hit. You can get some singles, you can get some base hits, but when you can get an extra base hit, that can get you locked in a little bit at the plate. He's scuffled a little bit at the plate so far this summer. See if that hit can get him going.
Big-time, talented, left-handed hitting slugger. They've really put the shift on him. Most teams have in this league. Taking his talents to slew. He was tearing it up at Jeffco. A bright future for Dunham, like you mentioned, trying to get him going, trying to see that power. He shows it there with a double down the line, a swing and a miss right there from Davy Pound. As Prywich is trying to work around the 2-out double. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Hoots lead by a run. They could extend that lead with any type of knock from Davy Pound. With the runner on second base and Dunham in scoring position, they're playing Pound straight away.
Every time somebody says that he rubs him wrong, I don't argue with him. He's like, I did it.
That ball is fouled away. And Ben Prywich, a local product, a left-hander from Maryville University. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the right-handed hitting infielder, Davy Pound. A swing and a miss. Prywich strikes out the side, works out of a 2-out double by Matt Dunham. We send it to the 6th. Shane Holsey will tell you about it next on Carcio Collegiate League TV.
Reminder, this inning, as always, brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601. ITCscrap.com. You can find them there as well. They'll handle everything at their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So just give them a call or head on over to the web, ITCscrap.com, or call 1-877-258-3601. And Interco can handle all your recycling needs. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Tyler Headcamp will lead things off for the Cavemen here in the top of the 6th. He had a well-struck base hit to left field back in the 2nd inning. Also walked, so he's been on base a couple of times. Brady Walker back out there for the 6th inning. All 4 runs charged to Jackson Keller. So 5-4 lead for the Hoots as we head into the 6th inning, getting a little tighter as we head later in this ball game. It was a 2-run homer for Seth Halverson back in the 1st inning, and 5 unanswered runs by the Hoots gave him a 5-2 lead. And then the Cavemen came back for a couple in the 5th, a scoreless bottom frame. And now in the top of the 6th, Cavemen hitting, trailing 5-4, 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Cavemen. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors so far for the Hoots. 2-2 count here. Tyler Headcamp, who's reached base both times he's been at the plate. 2-2 from Walker, a called 3rd strike. 3rd strikeout for Walker, 2nd straight, dating back to last inning. So Walker has faced 6 batters out of the bullpen. A walk, a pop out, a strikeout, a base hit, a strikeout, and now another strikeout. Now Danny Sperling, the leadoff hitter for the Cavemen. Almost beat out a ground ball to first base as last time at the plate. 1 for 2 on the day for him. Walked and scored in the first, doubled in the second. And that's hit again to first base and done him a little easier this time. Takes it over to first. And 3 straight retired for Walker.
Great job by Lincoln to go to one of his best arms in a tight ball game. He brought him in a tough situation. Runners on first and second, nobody out. He had the bases loaded, nobody out. And only 2 runs score. He keeps the lead, and down the stretch, we'll see if Lincoln wants to kind of let him close out this ball game.
No action down there in the Hoots bullpen, so all indications are that he's going to ride Walker all the way through the end of this ball game if he can. Still with a 1-run lead, and Walker trying to hold on to it. Colin Turnbow looks at a strike, 0 for 2, walked and scored in the 5th. Struck out in the second, popped out in the first. And that's chopped slowly to the left side. Luke Lampros fires high on the first, but Dunham comes down with it, a 1-2-3 6th for Brady Walker. The Hoots will look to add some insurance runs in the bottom of the 6th. 5-4, they're on top as we head to the bottom of the 6th. New arm for the Cavemen, the 4th pitcher to toe the rubber for Will Bradley's Cavemen this afternoon is the right-hander from Westminster College, Jamie Burdish, as he fires in a strike to Matt Staker. Last saw Mr. Burdish on Wednesday. Worked a third of an inning against the Corn Belters. Last pitched before that last Wednesday against the Eagles. 5 1/3 so far worked for Mr. Burdish. 6 hits, 5 earned runs. One run coming from Burdish to Matt Staker. Misses down and away, 2-1 Staker on his afternoon so far. Walked and scored in the fourth, a base hit in the second. So 1 for 2. And that's roped into left field, a base hit. Staker, a 2 for 2 day. 8th hit of the game for the Hoots, as they look to add some insurance runs here in the 6th. We know how important those can be late in these ball games.
Number 7, Ty Stouse.
Jimmy Burdish trying to keep the Hoots at bay. And he'll have to work to Ty Stouse here, the 9th place hitter. Stouse, an 0 for 2 night for him, couple of ground balls. He's first pitch swing and laces that one into left field. Back-to-back base hits to get the 6th inning started for the Hoots. Now back-to-back base hits by the bottom of the order, and now Chase Gibson will have a word with Mr. Burdish, as he will have to work to Evan Martin, who's working on a 2 for 3 day.
He wants to give his Cavemen a shot. Next half inning, got to work out of a jam. We know the 7th inning, 1 run, giving the Cavemen a shot still is just going to be it's the bottom of the lineup up for the Cavemen, but if you can get back to the meat of the order in a 1-run ball game, next half inning, Burdish has the task of working out of 2 runners on and nobody out now.
Burdish trying to keep this Hoots lead at 1. That first breaking ball misses away to Evan Martin. 2 for 3 on the day for Martin. Couple of runs scored, a run driven in.
If you're the Hoots, they're trying to pour the runs on. They've lost a couple in a row. They don't want to risk anything in the last chance for the Cavemen next half.
There's a changeup from Jamie Burdish in there for a strike. Back-to-back singles. They have runners on first and second for the Hoots here in the 6th. A 5-4 lead, looking for more. And Burdish delivers. So now a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Burdish looking for the ground ball or the strikeout here of Evan Martin. Dominic Cusimano waiting on deck. He's been on base all 3 times. He's been at the plate. The 1-2 coming from Jamie Burdish. Here's a ground ball. They're going to have to hurry. 4, 6, 3, but not in time. Luke Mann, just for a split second, struggled to get that ball out of his glove. That was just enough for Martin to reach first. So a fielder's choice.
Number 1, Dominic Cusimano.
And now Dominic Cusimano with runners on the corners and 1 away.
Cusimano and Martin have each scored 2 runs today at the top of the lineup, producing for the Hoots. That's what you need.
And Nick Neville has driven in a couple of runs out of the 3-hole. You get a 2 RBI double back in the first, another double in the third. So Dominic Cusimano trying to avoid hitting into a ground ball double play to bring Neville to the plate. Trying to drive in that run from third, that all-important insurance run. And if he can put a ball in the gap, Evan Martin, with excellent speed on first base, will score on just about any ball in the gap.
Burdish looking for a ground ball. They're going to be corners in here, it looks like. You know, you don't want to risk another run coming across, but the middle infield's still going to be at double play depth.
Man shading Cusimano slightly to pull. Turnbow close to the bag at second. Connor Kiffer in on that green turf on the infield at third base. First pitch from Burdish. Here's a ground ball. Man, the only play is going to be to first, and Cusimano drives in a run, and insurance tally for the Hoots at 6-4.
Good play by Mann. He had a shade. He was already – good thing he wasn't true double play depth, because he wouldn't have got to that baseball. He was shaded a little in between first and second, had to move over to his left side, and he just a little shovel pass over to the first baseman.
No shot to get Martin at second, and you said it, with man shading Cusimano slightly in the hole. If he's not doing that, he's a normal double play depth. That's a base hit, and 2 runners are on with 1 away instead of just 1 runner on with 2 outs. And if that ball gets into right field, Martin almost guaranteed to move up to third with his speed, as it wasn't hit particularly hard. So 1 run in the inning for the Hoots, looking for another here with 2 away. And that pitch misses high to Nick Neville. So Neville trying to come through with 2 outs. He's already driven in a couple of runs. He's got his SIU teammate out there at second base. Drove him in back in the first with a double. Couple of doubles on the day for Mr. Neville. 7 doubles on the summer out of 9 hits. Martin reached on the fielder's choice, advanced to second on the ground out. And a big swing and a miss from Neville. It's now a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Nick Neville. Burdish trying to get this final out and keep the Hoots lead at 2. 1 run scored on the ground out by Cusimano. Evan Martin out at second base, Nick Neville at the plate. And that gets away from Burdish. Count goes full.
Important pitch here. The payoff pitch. The runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Burdish trying to keep this deficit just for 2 runs.
Important pitch coming up here to the third place hitter, Nick Neville, the 3-2. Hit in the left field. Headcamp playing shallow makes the catch for out number 3. So the Hoots get an insurance run. We'll see how pivotal that is as we head to the top of the 7th. Final chance for the Cavemen coming up. 6-4 Hoots here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Final chance for the Cavemen. Seth Halverson will get things started. Meat of the Cavemen order, 3-4-5. Brady Walker back out there for the 7th inning, trying to close things down. Trying to earn the save out of the bullpen for the Hoots. He came in with no outs in the 5th, gave up a 2 RBI base hit, but neither of those runs charged to him, so technically 2 scoreless innings worked by Mr. Walker. Tough task here to start the 7th, Seth Halverson. And he gets ahead of him 1-2 with a good breaking ball that just clips the outside corner. Halverson, 2-run homer back in the 1st, a strikeout and a walk. Scored a couple of runs, driven in a couple of runs. Brady Walker continues to impress out of the bullpen. Now 11 2/3 innings, scoreless out of the pen.
And if you're the Cavemen, nobody else in the lineup you want right now with Halverson and Mann to lead off your final shot.
The Hoots got an insurance run in the 6th inning. Could prove to be huge as we head into the final frame here in the top of the 7th. Brady Walker trying to close things down. No action in the Hoots bullpen, so this is his game to finish. Came in relief of Jackson Keller back in the 5th.
And he's fighting here to start this at-bat.
3 2-strike foul balls for Halverson, and he stays alive. Pitch number 7 of the at-bat coming here. The 1-2 coming from the left-hander. Brady Walker to Seth Halverson. Upstairs.
Tried to climb the ladder on that fastball, but not competitive enough of a pitch to get Halverson to swing.
Went with the breaking ball a couple of times with 2 strikes. Went with the fastball upstairs. See what he goes to on 2-2. Another fastball, and that gets away from him. 3-2.
It's tough to get Halverson to swing at the high fastball. He's disciplined up in the zone.
3-2 from Walker. Strike 3 called. Got him with the breaking ball. Halverson goes down on strikes, and Walker takes care of a key man there.
Man, you drop it in. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh, how gutsy of a pitch is that?
If you walk a guy on a breaking ball to start off the final shot when you're down by 2 runs, you're scratching your head. He takes the risk, throws the bender when obviously Halverson was looking for a fastball. He gets caught looking. Big-time pitch right there.
That's just having confidence in your breaking stuff, knowing you can throw it for a strike. He's going out there and making a pitch.
That's why he's one of their best bullpen arms.
Now Luke Mann with nobody on base, and now a solo shot doesn't kill you with that insurance run in the top half. Now you give up a solo home run, so be it. You're still in the lead.
Man, going to the breaking ball there, 3-2.
And this might be one here as Mann crushes that one to right center. Martin gives it a look, but that one is long gone, a solo homer for Luke Mann, and he parks it in the bullpen and cuts the deficit to 6-5.
You talked about it. A solo shot doesn't kill you, and it indeed doesn't, but another one would extend this ballgame. Big-time shot from Mann. He knew it. He took the lumber all the way up the first baseline, then dropped the bat. He knew he had another home run, leads the league now.
And matches the league with his 5th homer, 12th run driven in, 14th run scored for Luke Mann. And how big is that insurance run looking now?
Big time. That insurance run last half inning. And as you mentioned, tied for the league lead with Austin Schmidt and Tate Matheny, who had a couple home runs last night. But continues. You know, he comes in yesterday hitting well above 500, but one slow day and start to freak out. Where's Luke Mann? He didn't get 3-4 hits today. What happened? But no, he big-time shot. He knew it right in his wheelhouse against the lefty-on-lefty matchup. A good job to just turn on that pitch. He got a high fastball, saw the velocity, timed it up, and crushed it.
And now another solo shot. If a Caveman hitter can come through, would tie the ball game, but it won't be Zach Floyd as he goes down on strikes. Final chance is Chase Gibson.
We always find a way to see Mann always does something good every time he comes to the park. Even if he doesn't get a ton of hits, he came out and got the win on the mound the other day, then comes in and hits a home run. But as you mentioned, the Cavemen, who did win last time out, 5-7-2, looking to pick up some more wins, and you would think they got a couple of big-time Mizzou Tigers in the middle of their order.
And Gibson rips that one down the third base line, but well foul. Cavemen down to their final strike. Chase Gibson trying to keep the Cavemen hopes alive and extend the inning to Connor Kiffer. The 0-2. Chop foul. We'll try it again. Walker trying to close things down, earn the save. A 3-inning save if he can get the final out here.
And that was the first run Walker has allowed all summer long. He's been fantastic. Just one mistake pitch to the best hitter in the league, Luke Mann.
Breaks a string of 12 straight scoreless innings, and Gibson goes down swinging. That'll do it. The Luke Mann home run in the top of the 7th doesn't mean much, and the Hoots come away with a 1-run victory, a 6-5 victory. Brady Walker, with 3 solid innings out of the bullpen, shuts the door. And the Hoots move back over 500 at 7-6. Cavemen fall to 5-8-2. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes for Game 2. Eagles Gems coming up in about 20 minutes. Stick with us. Stay right on this stream. We'll have that game for you. Here in about 20 minutes, Hoots win it 6-5 in Game 1.
Welcome to CarShield Field for the second half of the doubleheader between the Eagles and the Gems. The home Gems in the field first. We'll give you the lineup for the Eagles that the Gems will face. Jalen Jones leading off, playing second base. Noah Jacobson, the designated hitter. Ole Arntzen, the first baseman. Peyton Leeper, the cleanup hitter, the shortstop. Stephen Randazzo hitting fifth, the third baseman. To follow, Justin Eads in left field. Hamilton Anderson, the catcher. Jacob Bauer, the right fielder. And Aaron Hopp, the center fielder. On the mound for the Gems is Josh Ray, the left-handed pitcher from Cavemen High School, was at Jefferson College, and the junior was pitching for the Spartans of Missouri Baptist. This past season, in 2019, logged 79 and 2/3 innings and had 100 strikeouts. Ray on the mound. Very efficient, very effective. Left-hander towing the rubber for Justin Paulson, the defensive alignment behind him. Spar, the catcher. Woods at third, Gibson at short, Wargo at second, Cruz at first, Gentry in left, Cunningham in center, and Malzahn in right field as we're getting ready to be underway. Jalen Jones, the leadoff hitter, at second base to start things off against Josh Ray, the left-hander. Here in the top of the first inning, the second of the doubleheader here between the Eagles and the Gems. The Eagles got taken over from first place as the first pitch is in there for a strike last night against the Corn Belters. And a game that went to extra innings. The Corn Belters at top of the table now. As Jones fouls that pitch back against Ray, the left-hander from Missouri Baptist. Jalen Jones, an infielder for Lincoln College. Behind 0-2 in the count against Ray. Beautiful day, a little hot out here on the turf, especially for the players. First pitch, a quick doing of Jones, the leadoff hitter. 3 pitches in and out for Ray. That brings up the designated hitter, Noah Jacobson. A swing and a miss on the first offering. Oh, 2 a count once again. Ray getting ahead 0-2 to the first 2 hitters he faces. Jacobson, the second hitter in the lineup, the designated hitter. The 0-2 offering. Strike 3, a couple strikeouts for the left-hander. That brings up the third place hitter, Ole Arntzen. Nice work, Ray, right out of the gate, getting a couple strikeouts. Once again, notches this one for a strike. Ray being efficient early on in this game, and that's when he will be his best, when he's locating that fastball. Logged a lot of innings for the Spartans in 2019, was a mainstay in that pitching staff. That pitch missed away. One ball, one strike against Ole Arntzen. Ball pops out of the hand, and 2 balls and a strike. Shane Olsey, Will Connerly with you here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. A doubleheader today, coming off 3 straight days of triple-header action. It's been fun. We had 2 today because of a rain-out reschedule. The Hoots not really used to playing, as this ball is belted toward left center, backtracking and making a running catch at the warning track, Kylan Cunningham. He had to run a mile to get to that ball, but catches it as he runs into the wall for a loud third out. We send it to the bottom of the first, no score. Tyler Fogarty to lead things off here in the bottom of the first inning. Fogarty, Woods, Gibson, Cunningham, Malzahn, Cruz, Spar, Wargo, Gentry. The lineup facing off against Brady Chenul. The hard-throwing right-hander. First pitch comes in on the hands of Fogarty, who popped over to Randazzo at third base, catches it in foul territory for the first out. One pitch, one away.
How about that for efficiency? Can't get much better than that. Bear a fastball in on his hands. Looks good out of the hand, but it's going to bear in on you. And by the time Fogarty realized it, it was too late, and he just got jammed.
Hard-throwing right-hander. Brady Chenul, 6'3", 180. In the low 90s, can work up to 96 miles an hour. He was selected by the Brewers in the 27th round of the 2018 MLB draft. He's been drafted 3 times, 2 times out of Parkland College, once out of the University of Iowa in 2018. When he ultimately went after his junior season. A swing and a miss right there. Tommy Woods falls behind in the count. They're going to get a couple innings out of Chenul today. And then they'll go to the bullpen. The 0-2. Check swing down the first base line. Arnson steps on the bag. 2 quick outs for the right-hander.
About as weak a contact as you're going to see on the first couple outs of the ballgame. 4 pitches, 2 outs, both these pitchers making quick work at the top of these lineups here in the first inning.
He was a big-time arm. In 2016, went in the 20th round to the Phillies, the 27th round to the Brewers, and he was drafted by the A's in the 36th round, twice out of Parkland College. And he helped them get to the JUCO World Series. Big-time arm. And he's one of the best arms to ever go through that JUCO powerhouse with the seasons that he put up. In terms of strikeout numbers, broke many records. So he now faces Josh Gibson. Typically you see him in the leadoff spot, and they drop him down. Leading the team in doubles, hoping he can get some of those doubles now with guys on base. A swing and a miss on the fastball upstairs.
That's the hope. No guys on here in the first inning, but third spot in the order, much better RBI spot than the leadoff spot. So Justin Paulson's seen the gap-to-gap power that Gibson has and moves him down in the order. Not a punishment by any sorts, but just giving him some more RBI chances.
Chenul catches this one himself. Efficient. 1, 2, 3. Bottom of the first. We send it to the second. No score. Peyton Lieber, Steven Randazzo, Justin Eads due up here, top of the second inning. Interco Recycling, been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. As Josh Ray, the left-hander from Missouri Baptist, gets the first pitch in there for a strike against Leaper. The next pitch has popped up toward the right side of the infield. Cruz coming over, and he'll make the catch in foul territory for the first out. A P3, and now that brings up Steven Randazzo, the third baseman. Interco Recycling, you can call 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web at www.itcscrap.com. That's Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Brings up Steven Randazzo. Both pitchers work clean. 1-2-3. First innings, back for the top of the second, Josh Ray. He was a first-team all-conference performer in 2019 with the Spartans of Missouri Baptist. The 6'2", 210-pound left-hander. In his junior campaign this past spring, as a fastball misses outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Facing off against the Drury Panthers, Steven Randazzo. He went around on that one, they said, on the breaking ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now against Randazzo. Ray getting ahead of hitters early on in his outing. He was the AMC Newcomer of the Year with Missouri Baptist in his first season after spending some time at Jefferson College. Logged 100 strikeouts, 27 walks, and 79 2/3 innings. The 1-2 is hit toward right field. That's going to drop for a base knock in front of Malzahn. So a 1-out single to right field for Randazzo. That brings up Justin Eads.
When you're struggling to make solid contact off a pitcher like this, you'll take any hit you can get. A nice little base hit, little inside-out swing, and Randazzo not trying to do too much with 2 strikes, just fighting off a good pitch, and sometimes those will drop in for a hit.
Ray had a game where he had 13 strikeouts in 2019 against College of the Ozarks, threw a complete game as well against Central Baptist. His impressive outings notched him a Pitcher of the Week award in the AMC. A big-time part of that pitching staff for Missouri Baptist as that fastball gets in on Eads. He fouls it away to the right side.
That's the guy who's used to throwing a lot of innings. You might see Justin Paulson stretch him out a little bit.
Justin Eads, the Quincy University outfielder, at the box with 1 out and 1 on. Pitch runs inside for a ball. Runner takes off, pitch inside, and it looked like it got Eads. That one does not feel good. Looks like it got him right in the hand. As he goes down to first base, so he'll reach on the hit by pitch. So runners on first and second with 1 away.
Ouch. That's about all you can say about that. I mean, you'll get on base any way you take it. That's painful when you get hit in that wrist hand area. Not a lot of protection.
And Josh Ray missed spring ball this year because of injury. But he's at Missouri Baptist. Mentioned his big statistics in 2019, being an all-conference performer and the newcomer of the year. He went to Jefferson College before MoBap, as we mentioned. A handful of guys in this league make those transitions from powerful junior colleges. But now another Drury Panther to the plate. Hamilton Anderson, the catcher, comes up with runners on first and second here in the top of the second. And just 1 away. Anderson comes to the plate. An RBI opportunity, takes the first pitch. The Drury Panther committed there, went there by way of Vianney High School. Handful of players in this league from that powerful high school program. Won a state championship a few years back. The 1-0 pitch, a swing and a miss by Anderson.
You know, with how many strikes Ray's throwing, Anderson's already a free swing runner away. He's up there licking his chops. He knows he's going to get at least a couple of strikes to swing at. He loves to swing the bat.
So runners on first and second, a 1-1 count with one out. A single, then a hit by pitch. Now the foul ball back, 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's number 10, Hamilton Anderson. Just had a couple at-bats for Drury this past season. A former first-team All-Conference standout. He was in his freshman campaign All-Conference in high school at Vianney. Just a couple of at-bats in that shortened campaign. A swing and a miss right there, and he goes down on strikes. For the second out, so 2-on-2 out now for Jacob Bauer.
You know, Ray would have loved to get the double play there off the bat of Anderson, but strikeout's the next best thing. Runners can't move up, and now 2 away. Jacob Bauer needs to at least get on base to keep the inning alive.
The right-handed hitting right fielder, Jacob Bauer. Plays at Central Methodist. Takes that pitch. Inside, Ray trying to get ahead with a breaking ball, but it misses low. Working with catcher Braden Spar today. Spar, a catcher at SEMO. A handful of other catchers from SEMO in this league as well. The 1-0 pitch. Taken for a strike. With 2 outs and 2 on is Ray trying to work around a hit by pitch and a single. Got 2 runners on base here in the top of the second. We're scoreless so far. Both pitchers worked 1, 2, 3 first innings. But now Ray trying to strand a couple runners. This ball scoots away from Spar. Runners will advance to second and third. Jacob Bauer with a chance for a couple RBIs with both runners now in scoring position.
And even with 2 outs, that wild pitch might not seem significant. But if Bauer can come through with a base hit, that's the difference between 1 run and 2. And in a scoreless ball game, that 1 extra run just means that much more. If you can come through with a base hit, Eads runs pretty well out at second.
Bauer from O'Fallon, Missouri, Fort Zumwalt West High School graduate. Trying to come through clutch with a couple outs, a 2-1 count against Ray. He breaks his bat on that foul ball, asking for a new piece of lumber from the dugout. He goes back to the plate, and he's got himself a new piece of lumber. The bat cracked on the foul ball. So about 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the second. A couple runners on, both in scoring position.
He's got some firewood now.
Maybe so. The offering. They say he went around. They throw it down to first. Ray strands a couple runners and gets the strikeout. We're scoreless. We send it to the bottom of the second. 4-5-6 due up for the Gems. In the bottom of the second, another inning of work for Chenewell. Worked a clean 1-2-3 inning. Showcased a nice fastball. Professional arm. Pitch upstairs. The 23-year-old, the St. Louis native. And the hard-throwing right-hander. Getting a couple innings of work here. We mentioned been drafted 3 times. He gets a swing and a miss right there from Cunningham. And Cunningham has had himself a really nice summer so far. Hitting well over 350. The cleanup hitter for Justin Paulson today. He expands the strike zone and swings at the high strike for strike 2 against Chenewell.
And the Cougars at St. Charles Community College are getting themselves one heck of a ball player. Like Kylan Cunningham. Can do a little bit of everything. We've seen him show off the arm. He's showing off the power. He's got the speed. Left-handed hitter, left-handed thrower. Very, very good ball player.
Formerly of Wabash Valley, powerful junior college, where the first baseman right now, Ole Arnson, was at. Now he is committed to SIUE, but the count runs full to Cunningham, the cleanup hitter. In the bottom of the second inning, Chenewell spent some time at Iowa. Mentioned got drafted out of there in 2018 and 19. He was playing in rookie ball. The Milwaukee Brewers organization gets a swing and a miss right there on strike 3. So he fans Cunningham. That brings up Ryan Malzahn.
And he's got the fastball velocity you mentioned. Can get up in the mid-90s. If he can spot it like he's doing today, he looks in a nice rhythm here earlier in this game. If he can spot that fastball, that opens up the off-speed stuff. And
yeah, you mentioned that fastball velocity plays really well for Chenewell. Gets a lot of strikeouts because of that.
when you're commanding the fastball, that opens up everything else. When you're spotting it up on the corners like he's been doing here in the first couple of innings, it makes life very difficult at the plate because you don't really know what to sit on, because you know he's going to either spot something or bury something with the breaking ball, and when he's doing both of them, he's hard to hit.
59 2/3 innings pitched in the minor leagues, and he has 102 strikeouts so far, pitching a couple seasons in rookie ball with the Brewers. The 23-year-old right-hander can get up to 96 miles an hour. Working here in the bottom of the second, he's retired 4 straight to start the ball game. The offering to Malzahn, another swing and a miss as they throw it around the horn. Back-to-back strikeouts for Chenewell, looking pretty sharp this afternoon.
And he showed the off-speed stuff, so he put that in the back of Malzahn's mind. He's thinking he might go with the breaking ball here with 2 strikes. He's shown it already. What's he going to do here? And all of a sudden the fastball's right by him by the time he can react to it.
So 2 outs for Gage Cruz, the first baseman. Maybe playing him a step to pull the baseball. A free swinger at the plate, has some pop. You've seen him park a couple long balls this summer, takes the first pitch for a ball. 1-0 the count. That one taken just a bit outside. 2 balls, no strikes against Cruz, the Western Illinois first baseman. On deck is Braden Spar. 2-0 count. In the bottom of the second, no score so far. Pitch upstairs. 3 balls, no strikes. A couple close calls on the last 2 balls that don't go Chenewell's way. He falls behind 3-0 in the count.
You can't get frustrated with those 2 calls. You just got to keep pitching, keep making good pitches. Eventually, you'll get a call.
He goes to the 3-0 breaking ball and gets it in there for a strike.
That can be just get the feel of that breaking ball and know he can throw it for a strike. Just drop it in there, get yourself back in the count. You know Cruz is a free swinger. He might be swinging 3-0 if you throw him a good fastball. So you drop that one in there and then paint a fastball.
And he paints that one right on the black. Also low. Low and outside to a left-handed hitter, especially when you're bringing the velocities. Very tough. And Cruz's wheelhouse is low and inside, it seems like. And the pitch, the breaking ball, he saws off and foul. So full count. Chanel trying to go 6 up, 6 down. He's scheduled to go 2 innings this afternoon. The right-hander comes set. Wants to think twice about what he wants to go. Here in the full count to Gage Cruz. The offering. Swing and a miss. 6 up, 6 down for Chanel. A nice afternoon of work. He looked good. Strikes out the side in order. We send it to the third. Shane Holsey will tell you about it in the middle innings on Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
Reminder this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics, all that since 1996. They have a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis, STL, just on the other side of the Gateway Arch. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or just head over, open a new tab. You're already on the internet anyway. Just head over to itcscrap.com during this break, and they can handle all your recycling needs for you. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996.
Maybe off the top of the third. The Eagles, number 1.
Aaron Hopp will lead things off against Josh Ray, 9-1-2. Hopp, Jones, and Jacobson. Hopp getting his first plate appearance here in the third inning, as that pitch from Ray misses a bit high for ball 1. And the Webster University Gorlock looks at a ball, or a strike rather, on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hop on the summer so far, 2 for 16. Couple of runs driven in. Manning center field. 2-1 count to Hop. Good hitter's count here against Josh Ray, who's worked a couple of scoreless. 4 strikeouts so far for Mr. Ray. And that's sprayed foul down the right field line. Ryan Malzahn gives chase, but it drops foul. Aaron Hop, two-way player, or two-sport athlete, rather, for Webster University. Point guard and center fielder. Prominent member of both the basketball team and the baseball team. He'll be headed back to play baseball next spring. Used up all his eligibility on the basketball court, but he'll be back on the baseball field this spring for the Gorlocks. The 2-2. Sprayed foul once again. 27 games on the basketball court this past fall and winter. About 17 minutes per game. 6 starts for the Webster baseball team this spring, 50 as a junior, as he skies that one on the infield. And Gage Cruz puts it away. A pop out to get things started in the third. So that brings in the leadoff hitter, Jalen Jones. So now Jalen Jones, former teammates with Aaron Hopp, who just was retired. They played at Lincoln College together, hitting 9-1 in the Eagles order here this afternoon. Thank Aaron's dad, Kevin, and everyone watching out there, however you're watching, wherever you're watching. Thank you for joining us here on Carshield Collegiate League TV, Game 2 of 2. 6-5 Hoots victory in Game 1, a makeup game against the Cavemen. Cavemen got a couple of home runs from a couple of Mizzou Tigers, but it wasn't quite enough. Brady Walker worked 3 near shutout innings out of the bullpen. Luke Mann had something to say about that in the 7th. But the Hoots added an insurance run in the bottom of the 6th and went on to win 6-5 after Mann hit the home run in the 7th, but that was it against Brady Walker. Josh Ray in a 1-2 count against Jalen Jones, and that's inside. Two and two here to Jalen Jones, and that's hit into shallow right. Wargo going out, Malzahn coming in to make the catch. That one almost fell in no man's land, but Ryan Malzahn comes in to make the catch. 2 up, 2 down here in the third. 4 straight retired by Ray. And now Noah Jacobson. You've seen him show his prowess in the field, not playing the field here this afternoon. He's also been a big bat at the plate for the Eagles, hitting second in their lineup.
Made a play yesterday that you called silky smooth.
Silky smooth.
A backhand play by the third baseman.
I've seen him at short, seen him at third. He's been playing a little more third as of late. Peyton Leeper moving over to shortstop.
But the play, when we talk about plays, you got to talk about the play in center field. How about that last night?
He's not in the lineup today, but boy, Kenny Piper made, by all intents and purposes, the defensive player of the year so far this summer. A Superman diving catch out in right center. If you haven't seen it, it's posted on our Twitter at CarShieldCL. Go ahead and check that one out. That was some kind of catch, an incredible catch that saved possibly a couple runs. The Eagles did go on to lose that game, but at the time saved a couple of runs and took away extra bases and was the final out of the inning. As Piper ranged far into the gap in right center in front of the bullpen from his center field position and laid out a headlong dive and snagged it out of midair. As Jacobson fouls that one out of play. So Jacobson stays alive, trying to start a 2-out rally here for the Eagles. No score here in the top of the third. And that misses up and away. 3-2 to Jacobson. Working a nice at bat here with 2 outs and nobody on base. Making Josh Ray work a little bit here with 2 outs. The 3-2. Popped up in the shallow right, drifting towards the line, and Ryan Malzahn puts it away for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for Josh Ray. He's through 3 scoreless. He's been solid. He's faced 2 over the minimum. And we head to the bottom of the third. Jim's coming to bat. No score here. Collegiate League TV. New arm for the Eagles after Brady Chenul works 2 scoreless. James Shaw will make his team-leading 7th appearance. He's worked 10 in the third so far this summer. 9 hits, 5 earned runs, 12 strikeouts, 9 walks. ERA just under 3.5. He'll work to Braden Spar to lead things off, and he's first pitch swinging and a ground ball out to second. Leaper on to first. 1 pitch, 1 out for Shaw. James Shaw out of Harris Stowe, one of several Harris Stowe Hornets in this league.
7 up, 7 down for Eagles pitching.
Chenul retired all 6 batters he faced, struck out the side in order in the second. As Shaw delivers ball 1 to Tate Wargo, the Akron Zip, playing second base. Primarily plays third base for University of Akron up in Ohio.
Kind of what we expected from Chenul. I mean, he has some electric stuff, doesn't he? Oh, boy.
He was on top of his game today, and we'd like to see him later in the summer maybe go 3-4 innings. We'd love to see him for more.
He teases us just carving for a couple innings, but we understand. I mean, they're monitoring, obviously, the minor league arm who is trying to see where his pitch count's going to be. I mean, but that's what he does to minor leaguers. He had 50 some odd innings and had 100+ strikeouts in the minor leagues in a couple of seasons.
Facing
so, I mean,
all professional hitters.
Yeah, so he's big-time arm. Obviously, standout at Iowa, drafted 3 times, twice out of JUCO Parkland. Big-time player, big-time draw in this league.
As Wargo slaps that one to right, and Bauer can't make the catch. It goes all the way to the wall, and Wargo could run for a while. He's motoring around second. He's headed for third. The relay is not in time. Give Tate Wargo a triple down the right field line. He's got great speed, and he's zipped on into third base with a triple.
Zipped.
The Akron Zip.
The Akron zips into third base. How long were you up thinking of that one?
Only a couple nights.
You got to get your sleep, man.
I got plenty. As Jacob Gentry looks at a ball, a Central Methodist Eagle at the plate. The Eagles bring the infield in. So a Central Methodist Eagle facing the Eagles here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Gentry hitting 9th in the order. Wargo was the first Jim to reach base. It was 7 up, 7 down between Chenul and Shaw before that triple.
Broadcaster's jinx, right?
Something like that. And that's hit right at the shortstop. Leaper's going to come home with it, and he overshoots Anderson, and a run will score. So a run scores on the fielder's choice, then the overthrow by Peyton Leaper. And the Gems get on the board first, 1-0. So Gentry is on first base. He rounded first. Got a little bit up the first base line and had to retreat back to first as Anderson snapped one down to first. But Gentry got back in time, and now 1 on with 1 out and 1 run in the inning. Just a bit outside to the leadoff hitter, Tyler Fogarty. We've seen him primarily in the middle of this order, hitting leadoff as the designated hitter. We've seen him primarily in the outfield, can play some infield as well. And he chops that one to third. They're going to have to hurry, and Randazzo has some trouble with it, and the throw's too late. Charge Randazzo with an E5. And Fogarty is on for the first time.
Number 24, Tommy Woods.
So now runners on first and second. Jim's looking to keep things moving here in the third, and Tommy Woods will be tasked with that job. He popped out, or grounded out to first, rather, on a check swing ground ball back in the first inning. We'll look to put a good swing on the ball here off James Shaw. 3 straight have reached after Spar grounded out the short, a triple, a fielder's choice, and now an error. And the Gems looking to add on. One and 0 count to Woods. The pitch from Shaw outside. Tommy Woods has a way of finding himself in a lot of 2-0, 3-1, 2-1 counts. That's a reason why he's gotten on base at the clip he has. Getting on base 50% of the time coming into play. He's walked 13 times to just 9 strikeouts. By far the most on this ball club and most in the league. 13 walks and 34 plate appearances. The 2-0, outside corner. He has just 3 hits, but he's driven in 5 runs and has scored 4. And a good count still here, 2-1 against Shaw. And he lays off that pitch. He has some kind of eye at the plate. Rarely finds himself behind in the count.
Great plate discipline. We've seen it all summer long. It's been really impressive, Shane. I've seen nothing else like it in this league.
And he's going to work another walk here. He loads the bases for his cousin, Josh Gibson. So Shaw has loaded the bases. He retired the first man he saw. Got Braden Spar to ground out on just 1 pitch, but now a triple, a fielder's choice, an error, and a walk. The Gem has reached base just about every way you can get on base, and they've loaded the bases. They already have 1 in the inning, and Josh Gibson can start to break this game open.
Hit, walk, error, fielder's choice. What else would they need? The drop third.
Catcher's interference, maybe?
Catcher's interference. There's 7 ways to get there, isn't there?
Something like that. So Shaw will have to work out of a bases-loaded jam. He'll try to dig himself out of his own hole. And Josh Gibson will step in with the bases loaded. There's a triple by Wargo. Jacob Gentry hit a ground ball with the infield in. And Peyton Leeper tried to come home with it and overshot Hamilton Anderson. Gentry reached base. Wargo scored. Fogarty reached on an error. And now Woods with a base on balls, and the bases are loaded for Josh Gibson. And that's blocked nicely by Anderson, potentially saving a run. Gentry, very good speed on third. Good speed on the base pass all around. Gentry at third, Fogarty at second, Woods at first. Outfield pretty much straight away for Josh Gibson. Chance to break this game open here in the third. Fouls it away.
The 7th way, Shane, a pinch runner. Need a pinch runner, you get on first.
There you go.
They've done 4 different ways. They could make it 5 here.
They're just missing a hit by pitch, catcher's interference, and the pinch runner. They've got more than half of them in just this 1 inning, all in a row.
Showing us some unique ways to do what a coach likes, get on base.
Any way you can. 2-1 count here to Gibson against Shaw. The 2-1 offering outside.
Nowhere to put him either.
Nowhere to put him. Woods on first, Fogarty on second, Gentry on third. 3-ball, 1-strike count to Josh Gibson. Popped out to Chanul to end the first. The 3-1 from James Shaw. Upstairs, back-to-back walks, and a run batted in for Gibson. His 5th RBI of the summer. And Jacob Gentry scores his 5th run to make it 2-0. So the bases remain loaded. Everybody moves up. Gentry scores. And now 5 straight have reached for the Gems here with 1 away.
And the inning started off with an out, but like you mentioned, 5 straight and still bases loaded with just 1 away.
And now entering the meat of this Gems order as well.
4, 5, 6. Cunningham's had a nice summer. Got a ton of RBI opportunities. Man, he hit the ball really well yesterday with the home run and even a couple lineouts.
He's got 7 RBIs on the summer. He won't get one here as he pops out to Jalen Jones at a big out number 2 there for Shaw. Takes care of an important man there. And now Ryan Malzahn will try his luck with 2 away. Bases loaded, 2 away for Ryan Malzahn, and a breaking ball misses just a bit low. Malzahn on the summer entering play, 5 for 14, a 357 clip, getting on base 40% of the time. He struck out swinging against Brady Chanul in the second. He's in a 1-1 count here against Shaw. Will be taking his talents to Southeast Missouri State, 6'4", 180 pounds. And he breaks his bat and grounds that one out to Jalen Jones. And Jones tosses on to Arnson. Jim Strand, the base is loaded. But they do get a couple of runs, and they take a 2-0 lead as we head to the top of the 4th here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. New arm for the Gems here in the top of the 4th. It's a 2-run lead for the Gems. 3 scoreless innings for Josh Trey. He gives way to Kyle Fowler, right-handed pitcher out of St. Dominic High School, headed to Missouri S&T to play for the Miners in the Great Lakes Valley Conference. 5'10", 150 pounds. as Ole Arnson greets him with a ground ball up the middle and a base hit into center field.
Welcome to the Car Shield Collegiate League.
welcome.
You got to face Ole Arnson, big-time bat. It's good to see him go up the middle right there.
Yes, Arnson likes to work the ball up the middle the other way. He can pull the ball when he wants to with authority, but likes to go back up the middle. And he does there on the first pitch. 3-pitch pitcher, Kyle Fowler. Fastball, curveball, changeup. 5'10", 150 pounds. As he plunks Peyton Leeper, who was turned around to the left side of the plate. And back-to-back base runners, and Kyle Fowler on 2 pitches has surrendered a base hit and now a hit by pitch.
Number 9, Steven Randazzo.
And now Steven Randazzo with a couple of runners on base, and Braden Spar will just have a chat with his pitcher. He's probably, nerves are probably a little amped up. He's probably, the adrenaline's pumping. First time he's been on a game mound in a while, so just get him settled down. That's just a couple of pitches. Yeah, it's a couple of base runners, but it's only 2 pitches. Let's make a couple of good more and keep this lead intact. That's what he's trying to do. 2-0 lead for the Gems here in the top of the 4th. Eagles trying to come back. And that gets between the legs of Spar. He can't find it, and it's right behind him. Sometimes as a catcher, a ball go through your legs, like, where'd it go, where'd it go? And usually, when that happens, it's usually sitting right at your feet.
And they got everyone screaming at you, it's there, it's over here.
Like, where? I can't find it. 1 ball, no strikes to Steven Randazzo. Kyle Fowler deals. And a double play ball. Taylor made 6, 4, and
Got it.
3 as Cruz slaps the tag on.
Erases that hit by pitch.
So runner moves up to third, but now 2 away for Justin Eads.
Number 18, Justin Eads.
So Leeper is erased from the base pass. Arnson moves up to third. And now Justin Eads with a 2-out RBI opportunity. He was hit by a pitch on the hand area, hand/lower arm. He appears to be okay. He's back hitting for the second time as that breaking ball from Fowler misses high. Fowler's fastball will sit right in the mid-90s, or mid-80s rather, about 83 to 86 miles an hour, with a curveball and changeup in the mid-70s.
You got to pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Talking about mid-90s.
Used to Chanel throwing 94, 95 miles an hour.
Yeah. Missouri S&T getting themselves a nice arm, though.
Still, for his frame, 5'10", 150 in the mid-80s. If you're sitting in the mid-80s, that's pretty good. It's using all your body as Eads smokes that one down the right field line. That's going to get down, and it will be an RBI for Eads. He's going to try for second. The throw from Malzahn is in time. A strike from Malzahn, and Eads is cut down at second base, but a run does score. The Eagles get a run back. 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Malzahn cuts down Eads at second base. Arnson scores to make it 2-1. Gage Cruz will lead things off against James Shaw, back out for his second inning. Surrendered a couple of runs in the third. Tate Wargo scored on a fielder's choice, an RBI bases loaded walk by Josh Gibson. And 2 straight outs to end the inning with the bases loaded. And Shaw, at the time, kept the lead at 2-0, now 2-1 as the Eagles got a run back on the RBI single by Justin Eads. He was trying to stretch it into a double, but Ryan Malzahn said no, sir, and cut him down at second base. Played it well off the wall and fired a one-hop strike into second base to cut down Eads. 1-1 count here on Gage Cruz, the Western Illinois Leatherneck. Struck out swinging. He was the final batter Brady Chanul faced after being lifted through 2 innings. Facing James Shaw. Harris Stowe against Western Illinois, and Gage Cruz fouls that one out of play. 1-2 count on Mr. Cruz. Cruz 5 for 30 coming into play. 2 of those home runs leaving the ballpark, and 3 of them going for 2 bases. So all 5 of his hits have gone for extra bases. 7 runs driven in, 6 runs scored. Slugging .467. And he rips that one down the first base line, but Arntzen was playing near the line, and he takes it himself for the first out. So Arntzen puts that one away for the first out, and now Braden Spar. He was the first batter Shaw faced out of the pen. Grounded out on the first pitch to Peyton Leeper at second base. And then 5 straight reached base for the Gems before Shaw got the last 2 men of the inning. Spar, one of 4 SEMO catchers in this league. Andrew Keck and Ty Stouse on the Hoots. Wade Stouse, Ty's older brother, on the Falcons. And the man at the plate right now, Braden Spar. And Spar rips that one down the third base line. That's going to get fair, drop fair, and hop over the wall. A 1-out double for Braden Spar. He's 1 for 2. So the Gems looking for more. They got 2 the last inning, looking for more here in the 4th. And this is the guy who got things started. Tate Wargo hit a triple down the right field line.
He zipped into third.
He zipped on into third base. And the Akron Zip now with a runner in scoring position and 1 away after the double by Spar. And Wargo looks at strike 1 right down the middle. Wargo after that hit, now 4 for 18 on the summer. Scored his 8th run. Looking for his first RBI of the summer with a runner in scoring position. One ball, 1 strike as that breaking ball gets away from Shaw. Shaw's 7th appearance. No other Eagles pitcher has made more than 5.
They like to use the old right-hander and use him a lot. First option out of the bullpen today after Chanul impressed with 6 up, 6 down.
Wargo looks at that one, 2-1, but Shaw in those 6 outings has not worked more than 2 innings. So he'll come in for an inning or 2, get a few outs, and give way to somebody else. But he's looking to work 2 here out of the pen at least. There goes Spar for third, a good pitch to run on, a breaking ball. No throw from Anderson, and Braden Spar swipes third base. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So now even more of an RBI chance here for Wargo. Forrest Herman will bring the infield in here with 1 away. 3-1 count here to Wargo. Jacob Gentry on deck. Swing and a miss.
And I believe that's I'm not sure. I didn't see Forrest before the game, but I believe Bobby Warnes is the only manager there in the dugout.
I think you're right. As Wargo fouls that away.
But Forrest, maybe he's watching, texting Bobby with the live in-game coaching. I think Forrest said he wasn't going to be here maybe a couple days here and there, but they're both minor league coaches. Forrest with the Reds, Bobby with the Phillies. Here on the Eagles squad, who's in second place in the league. Put together a nice season.
Wargo just gets a piece of that one. About as small a piece as you can get.
That's all you need.
As long as you're staying alive. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming here to Wargo, working a nice at-bat here with one away. He chokes up slightly on the bat, the 3-2. And he fouls that one down the first base line. That's going to stay in play. Arntzen, and now Jones, a dive, and he can't make the catch. So Wargo another life. He's fouled off 3 two-strike pitches. And he's earned himself another. As Tommy Woods delivers a few baseballs to the home plate umpire. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count to Tate Wargo. As Wargo's going to allow his counterpart at second base, Jalen Jones, to get back into position. James Shaw ready for the 3-2. Here it comes. Outside. A brilliant at-bat work there by Wargo, and he's on first base. Second time he's been on base. So a 9-pitch walk for Wargo. And now Spar on third, Wargo on first for Jacob Gentry. They reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the third. There goes Wargo for second. Anderson, the throw down is a bit high. 2 stolen bases in the inning for the Gems. That one again brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for youth development, healthy living, social responsibility. So now 2 runners in scoring position for Jacob Gentry. And the Eagles play with the infield back here, just playing for 1. They'll trade a run for an out here in the 4th inning. Good pitch there from Shaw. 0-2 on Jacob Gentry. Shaw trying to make a good pitch here on a 2-strike count. He does, and it's chopped out to short. Leaper is going to have to hurry over to first, and he gets Gentry by a step. Spar comes across to score to make it 3-1, an RBI for Gentry. So second run batted in for Jacob Gentry. This one a ground out. And a 3-1 Gems lead. So Spar scores the 3rd run of the game. And now Tyler Fogarty, who reached on an error his last time up, he's hit both times he's been at the plate, he's hit the ball over towards third base. One was a pop out, one a ground ball that Steven Randazzo bobbled, then Fogarty beat the throw to first. He was stranded on third base after he reached. As he looks at the ball, 1-1, so 0 for 2 on the day so far for Fogarty, the designated hitter, hitting out of the leadoff spot. 8 for 31 coming into play, getting on base 41% of the time, slugging .452. He looks at a ball high, 2-1. Fogarty, 3 doubles and a home run, and 4 singles to account for those 8 hits. Tommy Woods on deck. Fogarty trying to extend the inning or drive a run in. He'll have to do it in a 2-strike count as that breaking ball drops in on 2-1 from Shaw. The 2-2 is up and in, and Fogarty has worked the count full. Second full count of the inning. Tate Wargo worked a walk on a full count. The 3-2. Another full count walk, and Tyler Fogarty is on base for Tommy Woods. So now Tommy Woods trying to come through with 2 away. Walked the last time he was at the plate. A check swing ground ball, his first at bat. What do you think that mound visit was there with runners on first and third, 2 away?
Well, he's just going to tell Shaw that you're 1 pitch away. Woods is a very patient hitter. Don't mess around with him. Get it in the strike zone. Don't try to be too fine. Try to get ahead of Woods, because when you fall behind, he works really good at bats, and this is an important at bat to keep the score where it's at. So, come on, kid, you just got 1 more out.
He fires in a strike on the outside corner. You mentioned Tommy Woods, very patient hitter, rarely swings at the first pitch. So if you can get ahead in the count, that'll increase your chances as a pitcher of getting him to swing at your pitch. And Fogarty will swipe second base, third stolen base of the inning for the Gems. Again, brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So now a couple runners in scoring position for Tommy Woods. 1 ball, 1 strike, James Shaw. It's been a tough 2 innings for him. See if he can grind his way through it. He gets Tommy Woods to swing and miss. He's 1 strike away. Big 2-out RBI chance here for Tommy Woods. If he can put something in the outfield, will likely double the Gems' lead. The 1-2. Blocked by Anderson. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 runners on, 2 away here in the 4th. Tommy Woods in a 2-2 count. Now 3-2. This 4th inning proving to be a difficult one for Shaw to get through.
He's just 1 pitch away, though. The payoff pitch awaits.
Second straight hitter. He's going to a full count. And a swing and a miss. He gets Woods to strike out on a good breaking ball. And Shaw fights his way through 2 innings and keeps the Gems lead at 2. 3-1 as we head to the 5th here on Cars Show Collegiate League TV. A reminder of this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Our friends at Interco, you can give them a call, 1-877-258-3601. They'll handle all your recycling needs for you. You can head to itcscrap.com if you have large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics in need of recycling. You can head on over to their website, itcscrap.com, or give them a call at 1-877-258-3601. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. Hamilton Anderson facing Kyle Fowler to lead off the 5th inning. And he fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. The bottom of the Eagles order, Anderson, Bauer, and Hop. 7, 8, 9 here against Kyle Fowler, who surrendered a run back in the 4th inning. RBI single with 2 outs by Justin Eads, and that's right back at him. Fowler, can he recover? He'll flip on to first in time for out number 1. Nice recovery there for Fowler to get the first out.
Number 25, Jacob Bauer.
Is that? So 1 away here in the 5th, and now Jacob Bauer. Bauer struck out swinging to end the 2nd inning against Josh Ray, who worked 3 scoreless. 1 1/3 so far for Fowler. 1 run surrendered. Couple of base hits. Did get a ground ball double play mixed in there in the 4th. And the right-hander from St. Dominic delivers. Chopped right back up the middle. Wargo across the second base bag across his body for out number 2. A couple of nice defensive plays for the first couple of outs. So Wargo tosses on to first. And now the center fielder, Aaron Hop. See if the Gems have a little 2-out magic. Or the Eagles, rather, have a little 2-out magic as they trail 3-1 here in the top of the 5th. James Shaw has grinded his way through 2 innings, 2 tough innings. Eagles trying to fight back as we head into the later innings as Hop swings and misses. And there's strike 2 to Hop. 1-2 the count. Hop popped out to first base to lead off the 3rd inning. Hitting with 2 away, nobody on, as Braden Spar calls time behind the plate. So Fowler looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Won't quite get it just yet as that pitch misses high. Two and two the count on Aaron Hop, trying to get something started here with 2 away. Top of the order, Jalen Jones on deck. And he won't come to the plate this inning. Kyle Fowler with a 1-2-3 5th inning. We're through 4.5. Jim's on top 3-1. They're coming to bat looking for more in the bottom half right after this. The third pitcher of the afternoon for the Eagles is the right-hander, the Mizzou commit, Austin Trosser, on to make his 6th appearance. He's made a couple of starts as well, and he's had some electric stuff out of the bullpen. 9 innings so far this summer, 15 strikeouts to just 5 walks. 3 earned runs, that's good for a 2.33 earned run average. A whip just over 1.3. His last time out was on Tuesday against the Falcons. Worked 2 scoreless innings with 3 strikeouts. The last 4 times he's been on the mound, he's worked exactly 2 innings. Before the game against the Falcons on Tuesday, he hadn't pitched for 8 days. So the 3rd time we've seen Trosser here in the last 11 days. And there's strike 2 to Josh Gibson. Count goes full. So Shaw works a couple of innings after Chanel works a couple of innings. And now Trosser.
And Trosser, big-time projection for his arm at Mizzou because he already has 3 pitches he can throw for strikes. As a rising freshman, his fastball can touch 90, and he uses his body so well. I mean, he could add some weight to that frame and throw even harder.
Very tall, lanky frame for Austin Trosser. Going to fill out as he heads to college, and like you said, that'll only help his velocity. Already throws near 90 miles an hour. Listed at less than 150 pounds at over 6 feet tall. And there's strike 3, a strikeout to get the afternoon started for Austin Trosser.
Yeah, he's probably a little heavier maybe than what he was listed, maybe 160. But yeah, like you said, he doesn't have too much muscle. Too much weight on his body, a lot of muscle for how much he weighs, but he can add some more muscle and some more to that frame. But he's already, like we said, I mean, it's scary how he pitches now. Look at his stuff. Look at his strikeout numbers this summer. He's been someone that's been really impressive, one of the more impressive arms I've seen in this league because of his ability to command 3 pitches already. He's already a pitcher. We've seen some throwers in this league. He's a pitcher already. With 3 pitches, he can drop in for strikes. And he's still, obviously, the fastball velocity is only going to increase.
For his age, for his experience level, very polished. I think that's a word that maybe doesn't get used quite enough when you talk about pitchers like this who can command the strike zone with 3 different pitches, especially at this age. Just going into college, he's already got 3 pitches. He can throw for strikes, and he throws 90 miles an hour, and he can still add some more weight and gain some velocity. The control's already there.
Yeah, so obviously we know he needs to get better before he's going to, run through a ton of SEC bats. But
there's a called 3rd strike on Cunningham. He can't believe it. But 2 straight strikeouts to get things started for Trosser.
But like we mentioned, he may need some more time to develop and get better. And, of course, everyone needs to get better. That's why they still play the game, because there's unlimited opportunity to develop. But it's good that he already has those 3 pitches that he can build on. He has a really solid foundation and a huge upward trajectory to grow.
Now Ryan Malzahn with 2 away and nobody on base. 0 for 2 on the afternoon so far for Malzahn, and there's a ball. So now in 9 2/3, 17 strikeouts for Trosser. He gets the first 2 many faces looking. And now a 2-0 count to Malzahn. So a couple of D1 commits squaring off here. Trosser head of the University of Missouri, Malzahn, SEMO.
Malzahn had a nice throw to cut down Eads to end last inning that the Gems were at the plate.
Malzahn trying to come through with the bat here with 2 away. Gems trying to add on. They lead 3-1. And if you're the Eagles, you have to thank your lucky star. Oh, and Trosser takes it off the leg. That ricochets to 3rd base, and Randazzo has no play at first base. Scary moment there. That ball was smoked right back up the middle and off the leg of Trosser. Not much meat on those legs. Well, you hold your breath when you see a comebacker like that, a line drive. Thank goodness it was low, but still does not feel good. He's going to try to walk it off and probably throw a couple of pitches to see if he's okay.
Yeah, he took the line drive and he didn't even, he wasn't really too flustered. Just right now, right back, seems like he's ready to go. He's going to take a warm-up pitch, but it didn't seem like it rattled him too much.
Looks like he's
Yeah.
throwing
He's good to
okay.
go. He's
Couple
good
of
to go.
darts.
He's good to go.
Like it got him on his right leg, his drive leg. As he followed through and kind of turned his body, it looked like, at least from our vantage point, don't want to speculate anything, but it looked like it hit his right leg. So maybe not quite as problematic. Might hinder his driving ability a little bit, but it looked like in those warm-up pitches he was still able to drive pretty good. He's going to have a nice little welt on that leg here in about 12 hours, if not already. Nice little tattoo on his lower leg. The first two missed to Gage Cruz. Now with the runner on first base, a base hit for Malzahn. He's 1 for 3. So Trosser good to continue working. And now the 2-0 to Cruz is in there for a strike. That ball was destined for center field off the bat of Malzahn and hit off Trosser's leg, and Randazzo came in charging, but by the time he did, it was too late. An infield single for Malzahn. Now a 3-1 count rather to Gage Cruz. Oh for 2 on the day so far for Cruz, a strikeout and a ground ball. He's swinging 3-1 and fouls it back to the screen. Trying to do some damage here with 2 away. Already a 2-run lead for the Gems. They scored 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth. Looking for some 2-out magic here in the fifth. Full count. Malzahn will be off with this pitch. Austin Trosser set for the 3-2. Upstairs, just a bit high. So a couple of 2-out base runners. And Hamilton Anderson will go have a word with Trosser. First walk for Trosser. A couple of 2-out base runners, and the Gems trying to get something going here with 2 away. An RBI chance here for Braden Spar. Doubled on the left field line his last time up, grounded out to short in the third. 3-1 Gems lead. They've gotten a lot of base runners the last couple of innings. 3 runs the last 2 innings, looking for more here in the fifth as Spar swings through the first offering from Trosser. Trosser trying to keep this Gems lead right where it is at 2. And give his Eagles offense a chance to come back in the final couple of innings. 1-1 here to Braden Spar. The 1-1 offering is a bit low. At least according to the home plate umpire. Just missed the bottom of the strike zone. And a big call there on 1-1 to push the count to 2-1. And that's a bit high. Now 3-1. And since Trosser got hit on that leg, some fastballs getting away from him. You wonder if having troubles with his drive leg might be causing that ball to sail on him a little bit, not getting down through the baseball quite as much as he might have been the first couple of hitters. The 3-1 coming to Spar. Outside corner, good pitch there. As Trosser dots up the fastball in the outside corner, Spar thought he had ball 4. Second straight full count. Trosser comes back with a good pitch on the outside corner. Runners will be off, so a base hit will bring in at least 1 run. Braden Spar trying to come through with 2 away. And he cranks that one into center field. Aaron Hopp back to the wall, and he makes the catch against the wall. Nice play by Aaron Hopp in center field. One Eagles center fielder makes a diving catch one day, and Aaron Hopp with a nice play the next against the wall. Saves likely a couple of runs and keeps the Gems lead at 2. Will Connolly will tell you about the last couple of innings. He'll have the 6th and 7th for you here in Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Gems lead it by 2.
Top of the lineup for the Eagles here in the top of the 6th. It's getting late. The Gems only have a 2-run lead, but Fowler on the mound trying to hang on to that. The Eagles only with 1 run so far today. The top of the lineup trying to change that in a single right off the jump. Here in the top of the 6th, Jalen Jones gets on base for the first time today. The Lincoln College infielder with a leadoff single in the top of the 6th. Noah Jacobson now up. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Call 1-877-258-3601 or www.itcscrap.com. They're Melotronics recycler since 1996. Off to the races is Jones, but Spar with a dot down to second. And he catches Jones trying to swipe second.
Well, that was going to take a perfect throw. Jones had a pretty good jump off first base. And Spar had to put that right on the money, and he did. And down 2 in the last couple of innings, you need at least that run by Jones to get back into this ball game, so that's a huge job there by Spar to cut him down.
Now 2 away, second time today that Cruz has had to come up the line and apply the tag. Ole Arnson now due up. He's 1 for 2 with a single. After Jacobson's retired, Jones got caught trying to steal second. A couple quick outs after the leadoff single. The Eagles' chances go way down, but the three-place hitter can change that with one swing of the bat. Ole Arnson with big-time pop. Braden Spar, though, big-time shot. Big-time shot down to second. He had a big-time shot to center field, one of the best struck balls today. It was dead center off Dawson Trosser, but caught at the track. That ball is drilled to right field by Ole Arnson. Great opposite field single with 2 away. That brings up Peyton Leeper.
And Tate Warga was shaded towards second base. Well, the way Arnson takes the ball the other way, kind of question the positioning there. Arnson loves to take the ball the other way, and just that's normally right where Tate Warga would normally be playing, but with the vacated hole, nice little base hit there for Arnson. Loves to go that way.
Now Peyton Leeper takes a strike, a borderline pitch right there, but nonetheless, nothing in 1 to count with Arnson. Leeper at the plate. He represents the tying run. 3-1 ball game, top of the 6th. The pitch, foul.
Arnson had a little bit of a slow start, but he's really starting to swing the bat well, picking up some nice base hits. He's showing the power. We knew he had the big power. He's a big guy, about 6'5" over there. Usually plays first base. You've seen him in the outfield a little bit, 6'5", 230 pounds. He can drive the ball out of the ballpark, but he's a very technical hitter as well. Likes to take the ball up the middle, the other way. Very sound fundamentals at the plate. And he'll take his base hits when he can get him. He's not just an all-or-nothing hitter. He doesn't need to be. He's got the strength to put it out of any ballpark if he just puts a good swing on it. And he usually does.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Leeper gets a new bat, the shortstop. Back to the box. Getting a new piece of lumber from the Eagles dugout with a runner on first and 2 away after the 2-out single by Ole Arnson. This ball is skied high. Spar, the catcher's under it. He corrals it for the 3rd out. 3-1, bottom of the 6th we go. Gems on top. Tate Wargo, Jacob Gentry, and Tyler Fogarty. In the bottom of the 6th inning, welcome everybody back to Carcio Collegiate League TV. So thankful for you guys all season long. The support has been amazing from all the fans. A lot of the parents of many of these athletes and players as well who come back and try to watch some of their highlights from the camera. Stream delayed on YouTube when they go back after we archive all the broadcasts on there. We go live for all 90 games this summer. Live and archived. You can watch anything you want whenever you want as Tate Wargo is in the box against new pitcher Evan Ramsauer. Troy Buchanan High School. He puts his arms out there, says should have been a strike. But 2-0 is the count as he falls behind against Tate Wargo, who's been on base a couple times today. Tripled and scored in the 3rd. Walked in the 4th. Now in the bottom of the 6th, the Gems with a 3-1 lead facing off against the new right-hander. The 3-0 pitch. Taken upstairs for ball 4. Anderson is going to go talk to his right-hander after the 4-pitch walk. What do you say to Ramsauer here, Shane, after a quick 4-pitch walk to lead off the bottom of the 6th?
Well, every pitcher's different. Some pitchers like some reassurance. Hey, buddy, you got this. Just go in and throw a strike. Some guys like a little motivation, a little, come on, you're better than this. Like a little, not like putting him down by any means, but a little slap on the butt. Just a little, come on, buddy, go get it. Like a little extra motivation. Some guys like hearing the positives, some feed off the negatives.
Ramsauer misses upstairs with that one, 5 straight to start off his outing out of the bullpen. Jacob Gentry in the box. He had a fielder's choice in the 3rd, which brought in the 2nd run in that 3rd inning, and grounded out to the shortstop in the 4th. That pitch misses away, gets to the backstop. Wargo will take second. As Ramsauer's thrown 6 straight balls to start off his outing out of the bullpen. Trosser threw a clean 5th, but he just goes 1. To start off the ball game, it was Chanul who went 6 up, 6 down. Then James Shaw came and worked a couple innings. That pitch missed upstairs. Chanul, Shaw, Trosser, and then Ramsauer. He falls behind 3 balls, no strikes to Jacob Gentry here in the bottom of the 6th inning. He gets that one in for a strike now. We'll see if he can't find a groove. 3 balls and a strike.
And sometimes after you throw, say, like 7 straight balls in a row, you get that next strike in there. It's almost like how they say hitting is contagious. Strike throwing can be contagious as well.
He gets another strike there. Now full count after Gentry takes a swing and a miss on the fastball. Gentry, the 9th place hitter in the order. The right-handed hitting left fielder out there. Nobody out, runner on second. Ramsauer with a couple checks on the runner. Gentry going to call time. Wears a St. Charles Capital helmet. His former select team in the high school days of summer select baseball, where a lot of those teams played here at Carshield Field. That ball's fouled by many tournaments held here.
Along with here and Ozzie Smith Sports Complex just down the road. Literally just see those trees beyond the right field wall, literally right on the other side of those trees. Plenty of baseball diamonds over there as well.
3 balls and 2 strikes, a 3-1 ball game. Ramsauer trying to keep the Gems at bay and give his Eagles a shot. We've seen them walk off 3 times. Wonder if they can do it again, but now the bases with runners on first and second. occupied for a power hitter, Tommy Woods. Excuse me, Tyler Fogarty, top of the lineup. Now Tommy Woods on deck with runners on first and second. So Fogarty in the box, the designated hitter. Here against Ramsauer in the bottom of the sixth, a 3-1 ball game. The Gems on top, but they're looking to extend on their lead, and nobody is out. Wargo on second, Gentry on first, and Fogarty in the box. That pitch up and in. And Warnes is going to go talk to him. After walking the first two hitters and then a bad miss on the first pitch to the leadoff hitter and designated hitter Tyler Fogarty, that warrants a mound visit from Bobby Warnes.
And sometimes as a pitcher, you just might not have the command. It really might not just be anything except you literally can't throw strikes. You start trying a little too hard. You start overthrowing your fastball. It starts sailing on you. You try to be too fine. You start aiming the baseball. You start spiking curveballs, sailing fastballs. It's a mental game out there on the mound. It's a mentally grinding activity, pitching against the caliber of hitters that you're facing. You just have to get your emotions under control. It's almost like how you're playing golf and you hit a couple of bad shots and you get frustrated, you slam your club. You can't do that. You got to keep your emotions under control and just try to focus on the positives. Hey, if I get a ground ball here, I'm going to get an out, at least 2 outs. Or if I get this guy, I just got to get one more out. Positive reinforcement is key when you're struggling in situations like this.
Nobody out, runners on first and second. For Tyler Fogarty, we've seen him in the 3-hole most of the season. He's the leadoff hitter today. Josh Gibson, the typical leadoff hitter for Justin Paulson's lineup, is now in the 3-hole, and Tommy Woods is hitting second, who is on deck. Gets on base at such a high rate. Such an interesting thing to look at, how his batting average isn't great, but his on-base percentage is, and he'll be up now with the bases loaded after Fogarty walks.
And he knows Ramsauer's struggling to find the strike zone, so Woods isn't going to deviate from his approach here. He's going to see some pitches, make the pitcher come after you. Don't get yourself out on the pitch out of the zone. And Tommy Woods rarely does that.
Bases juiced, nobody out. Tommy Woods at the plate. 3-1 ball game, bottom of the sixth. A called strike. Woods looked a little frustrated with that call from the blue, but nonetheless, so won the count. Then next the strike zone, he turned back and probably asked where that one was. This one is grounded back at the pitcher. A bare hand play, and what a play there by the shortstop. Coming up on it and making a bare-handed play.
And Ramsauer lost his glove, and he caught his glove, but the baseball was behind him.
Peyton
He was
Leeper.
hoping to catch the other thing that ricocheted off him, but a nice play by Leeper just to get one out, though.
So Gentry will move over to third. Wargo comes around to score, and Fogarty's on second. It's 4-1. The Gems now on top. With one away and runners on second and third, that ball scoots away from the catcher Anderson, and Gentry will come around to score. So another run comes across against Ramsauer, who's struggling with command this inning, walking the first two hitters he faced. He threw 7 straight balls to start off the inning.
And we saw how big an insurance run was by the Hoots in the bottom of the sixth. The Gems doing the same thing here in the bottom of the sixth, not letting up, keeping the foot on the gas pedal. You never know, especially with these Eagles who have walked off 3 times. They can't walk off today, obviously, the away team. But they can still come back. They have the offensive firepower to score 3-4 runs on you in an inning. And the farther you can distance yourselves from them, the better chance you have.
So Josh Gibson up. A swing and a miss right there with one away and a runner on third base and Tyler Fogarty. A 5-1 ball game in the bottom of the sixth inning. Gems on top. We saw the Eagles sole possession of first place heading into yesterday, but the loss to the Corn Belters gives Corn Belters that nod and ring Gibson up. Doesn't like that call. A slow walk back to the dugout, but Kylan Cunningham now the cleanup hitter at the plate. A couple strikeouts. He's 0 for 3 today. Kylan Cunningham is trying to turn things around. Got a runner on third base, trying to drive him with 2 outs.
Great pitch there by Ramsauer, getting a strikeout. Got to minimize the damage. You've already given up 2 runs. You can't do anything about it. Just get the next man, one more man. He'll give his offense a chance to try to come back.
Swing and a miss by Cunningham. 1 ball, 1 strike. Like you mentioned, trying to keep Fogarty stranded here at third is the task of Ramsauer. With 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch up and away. Gems with a 4-run cushion. Trying to push it maybe more with that runner on third and 2 outs. His next half will be the Eagles' final shot. They have 3 outs to play with. Next half inning, their final chance to try to make a comeback, but Ramsauer trying to get them in the dugout first. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kylan Cunningham with 2 away and a runner on third base. The pitch. Upstairs, count runs full. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gems up by 4 the pitch. Upstairs, and Cunningham walks. That brings up Ryan Malzahn. So runners on the corners, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Gems already up by 4. Trying to make it more. This ball stroked to right field over the head of Bauer and right. Malzahn drives in 1. It's going to be potentially 2. Cunningham round second. He's coming home play at the plate. He's safe. And a couple runs come across on a Ryan Malzahn double.
Nice piece of opposite field hitting there by Malzahn. He's got a 2-hit day. A couple of outs on his first 2 at-bats, but he stuck with it, stuck with a good approach, and drove it the other way. Right over Jacob Bauer's head and gets himself a couple of RBIs.
He hit that one over the head of Bauer in right field. And 2 more runs for the Gems, up by 6 runs now. Good insurance. Eagles' final shot coming next half. Ramsauer trying to work out of it. The inning started with shaky command, but a couple knocks and more runs across. For the Gems, Gage Cruz at the plate. Reached on a walk last time. He's 0 for 2.
And the Gems have kept the foot on the gas pedal. It was just a 2-run game coming into this inning. Now, all of a sudden, this lead, the Eagles look up and they need 6. It was a surmountable deficit, just 2 runs. We've seen the Eagles come back several times. We've seen them come back from more than that. But scoring 6 runs in 1 inning is a heck of a lot more difficult than just scoring a couple. And the Gems, late in these ball games, especially in this league, we've seen how crazy these 7th innings can get. Any and all insurance runs you can get are massive. We saw it in Game 1. If the Hoots don't score in the bottom of the 6th, that Luke Mann homer ties it. And instead, the Hoots walk away with a 1-run victory. Any runs late in a ball game when you're leading by just a couple of runs, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs, whatever it is, that team still has another chance until they make that final out. So you want to make it as difficult as possible and keep the foot on the gas pedal, keep the foot on their throat, and keep going.
Gage Cruz reaches base for the 2nd straight plate appearance with the bases on balls. Bobby Warnes goes to the bullpen. We tell you about it next on Car Show Collegiate League TV. So Michael Hoffman, the Lewis and Clark left-hander, now on the mound. He comes on with runners on first and second, and already a couple across. It was a roughed up Ramsauer. Tagged him with a crooked number as it was a close ball game coming into the final frame. Shane, you thought, okay, the Eagles may have one or more of those shots, but that storyline has really changed now after they've scratched across runs against Ramsauer.
And still looking for more. They can keep adding on. Why stop now?
They got 4 runs off Ramsauer, and now they make the call to the bullpen. Michael Hoffman, the Lewis and Clark left-hander. He was a freshman at Lewis and Clark, Fort Zumwalt South High School from O'Fallon, Missouri. Listed on Lewis and Clark's roster as M.J. Hoffman. Couple players in this league from Lewis and Clark. Ian Hickman, another one. Runners on first and second for Braden Spar, who really stroked the ball well to center field last time. Off of Austin Trosser. That breaking ball missed low. And Hoffman tasked with stranding a couple runners and just trying to get the Eagles into the dugout. And coming in this relief appearance with a couple runners on base against Braden Spar, the right-handed hitting catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That ball is skied to right field, a little shallow right as the second baseman Jones catches it. Hoffman faces a hitter, gets out of the jam, 2 stranded, but 4 across, 7-1, and the Gems on top. So Kyle Fowler will try to get the close, but it starts off with a Steven Randazzo base knock And Kyle Fowler, in his 4th inning of work, he's going for the win. Trying to get the victory on the mound, but he starts off this inning with a single surrendered to Randazzo. Now Justin Eads comes to the plate. Had a single and got caught trying to turn it into a double last time at the plate. Foul ball by Justin Eads, the Quincy University outfielder. Runner on first base. Randazzo with the single up the middle. Can the Gems close this one out with 4 good innings of relief work from the right-hander committed to Missouri S&T, Kyle Fowler. That ball skied in the air, probably broke a bat for Justin Eads, and Wargo catches that at second. 1 out, 1 on, and 1 pitch away for the right-hander, Kyle Fowler. Gems trying to close this one out. But Hamilton Anderson trying to extend this one. 1 out, 1 on. Hamilton Anderson at the plate. Levi Maslowski in the on-deck circle. Coming in as a pinch hitter, it looks like, for Jacob Bauer, unless Anderson grounds into a double play. The left-handed hitting catcher from Drury. A 7-1 ball game in the top of the 7th. The final shot here for the Eagles. It's Fowler trying to close this one out. The right-hander delivers, fouled away. A ball, 2 strikes. The former all-conference standout and freshman at Drury University, Hamilton Anderson. Could see this matchup in years to come in the Great Lakes Valley Conference. A rising freshman at Missouri S&T. And the right-hander Fowler on the mound in his 4th inning of work, trying to get the save. Trying to get the win, rather. Pitchers. We're talking to our scorer, and it's, if you don't go 5 innings, the starting pitcher can't get the win. So a lot of times, most starting pitchers aren't going to get the win in this league. They don't set them out there that long because they want to monitor pitch counts and stuff. So you got to take the pitcher wins with a grain of salt. A lot of people don't even really count. They count wins, but I mean, having wins doesn't hurt you. But a lot of people say the win doesn't really matter. It's an old pitching statistic, and there's better metrics to measure how good you are as a pitcher. Those conversations have happened for a while. It's more of a generational thing. I think some people grew up, and that's how they kind of looked at statistics. But now you have, fielding independent pitching. You have the whip, obviously. You look at strikeout to walk ratio, first pitch strike percentage. There's a lot of different things. And I think the reason that people didn't like the win is because it's out of your control. You could throw a complete game, one hitter and lose if you let up one solo shot or something like that. And so I think that's why it's not as important as other metrics when you're looking at how good a pitcher is. But I think, like, when you look at Garrett Cole, how impressive it was that he won 20 games last year and he went on an insane win streak. So, like, I think it's obviously when you have a ton, like, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But
yeah, well, like when you have a lot of wins, usually you're pitching well. But if you're kind of that middle ground area, your ERA is right around, say, like 4 or so. The win, I've always been of the thinking that the win was made for when pitchers threw complete games almost every single time. So the better pitcher would get the win because both starting pitchers are usually going the whole game. They're not really using a bullpen. Today's a bullpen game. Most starting pitchers in the big leagues are only going 5 1/3 innings. So the bullpen's throwing almost half the game. most of the time in the big leagues.
That's a good point right there. They used to just run them out there, don't matter how. They didn't monitor a pitch count, really, and so the win really was indicative of how well you did, at least that day, and compared to the other player, as Maslowski gets belted with that one, hit by pitch. And the bases are loaded. It is the seventh inning in the Carshio Collegiate League. No way we would have without a little trouble, right?
No. A seventh inning that doesn't get interesting? What's that? I don't know what you're talking about.
So the bases are loaded. Paulson want to talk to his right-hander who's trying to close the door. He's in his fourth inning of relief. But now a little tricky situation. Bases loaded, one out. A 6-run lead, though. Still a lot of work to do for the Eagles.
Still a long way to go, but it's almost like clockwork. We've come to expect it at this point. You know, a 1, 2, 3 seventh inning is abnormal at this point. A seventh inning that doesn't get interesting, a seventh inning that doesn't have the bases loaded, or a team trying to come back or scoring multiple runs and making things interesting that we've come to expect it at this point, especially when these Eagles are playing. Seems like every seventh inning.
These Eagles have the bases loaded. They got Aaron Hobb at the plate. And another hit by pitch. Things getting more interesting. A run comes across. It's 7-2. And just one away in the top of the seventh. Paulson is going to go to the bullpen. We'll tell you about it when we come back. It looks like it's Adam Drury trying to shut things down. Top of the seventh, 7-2 ball game on Carshio Collegiate League TV. For the fourth time this week, Adam Drury comes into the game in a save situation. That tying run on deck, things getting a little interesting. 7-2 the score, one away, bases loaded. Drury now. He's pitched 3 days in a row. He had 3 save opportunities. And he got the first 2, blew the third one, but here for the fourth time this week, he's trying to get a save for Justin Paulson and the Gems. We didn't know if we were going to see him today, even though he's been the closer himself, but looking for his 3rd save of the summer now, coming in after things get a little tricky here in the 7th. For the right-hander Fowler, after giving up a couple free passes, Drury a 2-1 count to Jalen Jones. The leadoff hitter, a couple hit by pitches, and a run does come across against Fowler. He's responsible for all 3 runners on the base pass. Drury coming in with the bases loaded and a pitch inside. 3 balls and a strike. Man, oh man, things getting interesting.
It is a 7th inning after all.
7-2 ball game, top of the 7th. Final shot for the Eagles. A strike taken right there by Jones, the Lincoln College infielder. With one away, bases loaded, Drury going for the save. He's looking for his third save of the summer and third this week. They all come in recent succession when Justin Paulson is putting him out there. This ball's hit toward right field, and the center fielder Cunningham catches it, but a run does come across. The sacrifice fly to the center fielder, but Hamilton Anderson scores. So a couple runs across this inning. 7-3 ball game, but 2 away now. And Noah Jacobson comes to the plate. Runners on first and second. In a 7-3 ball game. This ball smoked down the left field line. It's going to be fair. Maslowski rounds around second. He's going to go to third and come home. Another run's going to come home. Oh, no. He holds up Aaron Hop. Maslowski comes home. Hop is at third. Jacobson's at second. He has himself an RBI.
My gracious, these Eagles, they do not go away. All of a sudden, tying runs at the plate. And this guy can tie it up with one swing of the bat. We know that.
Do we ever? Ole Arntzen. One swing of the bat. Does he have more late-inning heroics inside him? We saw him hit a walk-off home run. But now coming to the plate, runners on second and third. 7-4 ball game. Drury trying to close the door. Ball goes back to the screen. Spar slides back, and it comes right back to him. Friendly bounce. After the pitch goes wild.
No sense in risking it when you're at third base. You're down 3 runs. Unless that ball goes almost all the way down the baseline, you're not going to try to risk it.
Pitch upstairs.
Don't want to make the final out on the base pass. Want to make them earn that final out.
So Eagles making things interesting. A 7-1 ball game, and Fowler came out for his 4th inning of work. But the Eagles have plated 3 runs here in the top of the 7th inning in their final shot. A 7-4 ball game. The Eagles have had 7 hits, 4 runs. The inverse for the Gems. 7 runs on just 4 hits. With the Gems on top, with that metric that matters despite being out hit by the Eagles, who have a couple runners in scoring position. And the hitters count for a man who can mash Ole Arntzen. Already 3 across. Eagles looking to make it more against the closer, Drury. Looking for his 3rd save this week, but a 3-0 count. Does Arntzen have the green light? Peyton Leeper on deck. He's had himself. He already had himself a walk-off grand slam, hasn't he, Shane?
He did.
What a storyline we have
for another
here.
one.
What a storyline now, Shane. Peyton Leeper already this season with a walk-off grand slam. He can't have one here.
Yes,
top of the 7th inning.
Top of the 7th, yeah.
But he can still make things interesting and
a go-ahead grand slam in the last inning.
In the last inning, which he's already done. One won the game. One could potentially give them the lead in. Then they would have to get 3 outs the next half. But what would we have in the Car Shield Collegiate League if we didn't have the final frame? It's been so interesting. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The go-ahead run at the plate. A check swing to the left side. Woods throws it over to first, but the ball gets by. 1 run's going to come across. 2 runs are going to come across. Arntzen's going to round third and be held up. So 2 more runs come across. It's the 7th inning in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Noah Jacobson comes across. Ole Arntzen holds up at third base. Is after the air. As Randazzo comes to the plate. These Eagles have batted around now. 7-6 the score. Top of the 7th inning. Ole Arntzen at third. He 90 feet away, the tying run. On first base, Peyton Leeper, the go-ahead run. After what we thought would be the ball game. Drury still with the chance to save it. But 90 feet away, only Arnson, the tying run, the winning run on first base. In a wild 7th inning, 5 runs already across for the Eagles. It's so tough to get that final out. A ball, 2 strikes, the final strike now that the Eagles are down to. Randazzo at the plate, who's already come around to score this inning. He led off this 7th. 5 runs this inning for the Eagles. They were trailing 7-1 in this ball game. Coming into the final frame, they knocked the relief pitcher Fowler out of the ball game, and now Drury on the mound looking for his 3rd save of the summer. But things getting interesting. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. The go-ahead run in scoring position, a 2-2 count. For Randazzo, that ball's drilled to the shortstop. Gibson throws it over to first and Cruz, and it got a little interesting.
More than
but
a little.
Drury closes things out.
My.
A 5-run top of the 7th. Not enough for the Eagles. They fall 7-6. That's a final. From Carcio Collegiate League TV, back with you in 30 seconds to wrap things up. A 7-6 final. Gems come out on top here on the 24th day of July. It was Fowler in relief. He got knocked out of the ballgame, and Drury comes in and gets the save. He throws 2/3 of an inning, gets the save, but it came down to be interesting, Shane. 5 runs plated in the final frame, a 7-6 final as the Eagles finished with 7 hits, 6 runs, the 5 in the final frame. Not enough. The Gems had 7 runs, win by a run, had only 4 hits on those 7 runs. 2 of them coming from Ryan Malzahn. 2 hits for Ole Arnson and Steven Randazzo. Brady Shanua worked 6 up, 6 down to start the ballgame. Austin Trosser threw a scoreless inning as well in relief, but Evan Ramsauer surrenders 4 runs, and Shaw comes in relief as well. And that is how this ball game ends. A wild finish, but we'll be back with you tomorrow. Shane, final thoughts.
Oh, boy, that game will – these 7th innings, man, there's nothing like them in this league. Never ceases to amaze the 7th inning rallies we see in this league, especially with these Eagles. My goodness, a rally comes up short, but – I mean, where was that offense the first 6 innings? 1 run the first 6 innings, and then the final inning they bust out for 5 runs.
They
almost come back. They had that go-ahead run in scoring position.
They had 7 hits.
Yeah.
They out-hit the Gems and almost came back, but falls short by a run. That's a wrap. 7-6, Gems come on top. That's farewell for Shane Holsey and myself, Will Connolly. We'll be back with you tomorrow evening, 5:30, doubleheader starting on Carcio Collegiate League TV. Good afternoon, farewell, have a good rest of your Friday night.